It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Louise Jackson. Hurricane Melissa is continuing to cause devastation as it sweeps through the Caribbean. The authorities in Haiti say 20 people have died in floods in the south of the island. In Cuba, roofs have been torn off buildings and officials are warning of storm surges. More than 2/3 of Jamaica is without power and roads have been cut off by floodwater. The Minister of Tourism in the country has been trying to reassure people whose families were on holiday in Jamaica. Ian and Trudy Ferguson from County Durham are amongst those who were stuck there.
Last night's got to be one of the worst experiences ever. The noise, ears propping doors, putting mattresses up, strapping them to the walls, pushing wardrobes, anything you could get to make a barrier. We had no running water or anything really, but we're safe.
A council leader says that she's incredibly sad over weekly protests at a Newcastle hotel housing asylum seekers as a deal for its closure is yet to be agreed. The City Council has said repeatedly it is in talks with the Home Office over shutting the hotel, which has been the subject of regular demonstrations. Council leader Karen Kilgour has previously called for local authorities to be handed more powers over where asylum seekers are placed as part of a new system aimed at better protecting existing communities and integrating new arrivals. Angela Campbell has more details.
A Home Office spokesperson said the government would close every single asylum hotel, but Karen Kilgour said those staying in a hotel in Newcastle have faced weekly protests, and I find this incredibly sad. Although I understand there needs to be legitimate debate on immigration, I do not think this approach is helpful. She added that asylum seekers were vulnerable and have often faced unimaginable horror, and that it was a myth they were living in 5-star accommodation.
Sir David Attenborough has championed a bid by conservationists to raise £30 million to buy a vast upland estate in Northumberland. The Wildlife Trust's group is trying to complete the purchase of the Rothbury estate, a 15-square-mile tract of former grouse moor woodland and farmland. Sir David said that time was running out to save the area.
The Wildlife Trusts have launched an appeal to buy this very special place. They will work with local farmers to care for the area and breathe new life into its precious wildlife habitats. They will create a place where people and nature can thrive side by side. Please help us make this vision a reality.
And a small section of the Tyne Bridge removed during restoration works is being auctioned. One of the original rivets, which helped hold the Grade 2 listed structure together for nearly a century, is being sold in aid of the Baltic Centre for Contemporary Art £10 million endowment fund, which hopes to secure the Gateshead Gallery's future. It's expected that the bridge part will fetch upwards of £500 at a gala for fundraising, where local musicians Sting and Nadine Shah will perform on Thursday. And that's your latest BBC Radio Newcastle news.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Scott. Good evening from St James's Park. Newcastle United continuing their defence of the Carabao Cup tonight by welcoming Spurs here in the 4th round, or the last 16 if you prefer. We'll build up to what is an 8 o'clock kick-off across the next 2 hours. We'll get the team news around 6:45 as well. Matthew Raisbeck, John Anderson, your commentary team, of course, they're both alongside me already. We will chat Sunderland as well with Marco Gabbiadini. Shamsteen Talby's been speaking after scoring the winner at the weekend. We'll get the lowdown on Newcastle's opponent, Spurs, tonight as well. And if there's anything else you would like to talk about this evening, the floor is yours. Give us a call. 0800 234 6565 is the number, as it always is. Dom and Callum are standing by to take those calls.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Good evening, welcome again to St James's Park, a couple of hours away from Newcastle United's League Cup 4th round tie against Tottenham Hotspur, but we have got plenty that you can talk about in the next couple of hours. You can call us on the number I've just given you. You can send us messages in a couple of different ways as well. 08000 321 333 if you're wanting to get in touch with us on WhatsApp. 08000 321 333, or if it's a text message that you'd rather send, a standard SMS message, then 8 81333. 81333 is the number. In both cases, make sure BBC is the first thing you put in your message, and do put your name on the end of them as well. Let's begin with our introductions. Our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes still on a little holiday. He will be back tomorrow, though. We have got our Newcastle United commentator Matthew Raisbeck, but he's busy. No, don't worry, Razor. He's busy hobnobbing with other people. That's fine. So in the meantime, I'll introduce John Anderson, former Newcastle defender. Hello, Ando.
Hey, Colin.
And of course the former Sunderland striker Marco Gabbiadini. Evening, Marco.
Good evening, all.
While you didn't have your headset on, Razor, I accused you of hobnobbing, so this is your right to reply.
I was just speaking to a member of club staff there, sorry, who wanted a quick word, but we're not in trouble, so that's good.
That is a good I hadn't assumed that we were, but you've put everybody else at ease. You've got Ando and Marco to talk to all the way through this evening. 0800 234 6565. This is the first show we've done out and about since the clocks went back. A, it's dark, and B, it's cold. This is I know it's not the warmest of stadia at the best of time, Ando, but
at least it's dry.
There is that. It's proper. It feels like it's
because if it rains here and you're here for 4 and a bit hours, you're going to get very wet.
Yes. Well, thankfully it isn't.
No.
Yet.
It might get cold, but you won't.
It will. Oh, have you got a hat for later?
No, it'll be fine.
Oh, you've got your fleece-lined hood. Will that suffice?
That'll do.
I've got a hat. You got a hat, Razor. You've got more hair than the two of us combined, so you don't need to worry. But
that's why I don't wear a hat. And I'll tell you what is also not with us tonight: Ando's lucky jumper / cardigan.
No,
don't need it.
Don't need it.
Interesting.
No.
Okay.
You wore it on Friday, didn't you? Ahead of the Fulham match.
Yeah,
and it obviously worked.
I just feel like we don't need it tonight.
That is confidence.
I don't really share that confidence, and normally it's the other way around with us two. I'm just a little bit concerned. Tottenham are good under Thomas Frank. They do have a lot of injuries, but they haven't lost away from home. That said, they got battered in Monaco in the Champions League last week, but the goalkeeper Vicario was unbelievable. Big win at the weekend at Everton. Just think this is a really tough tie, but the rewards of winning tonight would be a quarter-final. Potentially against Cardiff, the lowest ranked team, but it could be against one of the very best around. It'll be probably a big Premier League team if they get through, you'd imagine. But I'm just a little bit concerned because it is tough, and also Newcastle, like Spurs, but they've got more experience in recent times managing all these competitions and managing a squad to get through and do well in all of them. So I think this could go either way tonight.
I think I'm conscious, Marco, we're going to delve into the game tonight in a minute, but just because we've talked about Ando's lucky jumper / cardigan, did you ever have any lucky items of clothing that you wore when you were a player?
No.
Did you like the same pair of socks, etc.? No, you've never struck me as a superstitious man.
Not superstitious. Too much risk involved in that, and routine. I'm not a routine person, Colin. You know what I mean? This in my life, this is the most routine I've had doing this show. Every night, 6 till 8. This is it. But yeah, apart from that, I'm more a chaos sort of person really, because I think you're better then, because if anything goes wrong or something goes astray or something, there's a mishap or put it into football terms, you lose your right back and you have to shift all the team. I prefer being able to handle that and the chaos. So yeah, never superstitious, but or having favourite things, but I don't know. I've got comfy things. I've got things that I like to wear. I've got nostalgic things. I have got jumpers that are 30 years old and things like that, which I'm sure is the same with Anton.
At least.
I'm not too sure those 30-year-old jumpers would still fit, to be quite honest. What would they be called now? Skinny fit, would it?
Well, to be fair, John, we did have that era.
It would probably be a skinny fit.
After, you had the Flares era and all that, but there was an era, wasn't there, where everything was oversized? The early and mid 90s. I've got some suits that don't fit me now. They were you look like nobody loved you. It was big and voluminous.
I remember when those shorts used to be like hot pants. Do you remember?
Well, I remember them, and then we went to those massive tight, ones where us lads with little legs, you couldn't see your kneecaps because your socks and your shorts met in the middle.
They were great, the bigger ones.
I didn't like them. I like the little ones.
Why did you like the bigger ones? We will move on in a minute, Ando, but why did you enjoy the big ones so much?
tight ones were no good.
No, were they not?
No.
Didn't
You did have
do
to
you
beware
justice.
you had to be careful with what you wore under the little ones.
Yeah.
Which
I can imagine.
Which is one of my favourite stories.
We can all imagine now.
Told where I scored a goal at West Ham and I lost control. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Okay, yeah, that'll do. We'll leave that to the figment of everyone else's imagination.
People will be going
now.
looking for that now on YouTube.
Well, as long as there's Sunderland fans that do it after 8 o'clock, that's absolutely
the
fine.
West Ham game of me and Marco. The West Ham game. I'm on
It was
about.
at the West Ham game, so at the West End. So they probably took it, as a slight, but
As a cup. Well, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway. That went in a direction I didn't expect it to. Shall we talk about Newcastle United's
I
game
was
of
just sat
Spurs
here
tonight?
minding my own business, and you came
Go
to
on.
me.
Yeah, and all of a sudden. How many changes did Newcastle make tonight, Ando? As a rule,
Interesting,
not specific individuals yet, because we'll talk about that later on.
We got onto this subject last night. I think it's difficult to know with Eddie Howe. Was the last round he made 7 changes? Do I think he'll make that many tonight? Probably not. I understand what Ray's are saying, but they've got a lot of injuries as well. And Thomas Frank last season, when he came up here with Brentford, made wholesale changes. He
It was
made
a strange
loads of
team, wasn't
changes.
it?
Yeah,
Left
and
big players on the bench.
You just wondered, did he want to win it? Did he want to try and advance in the cup? Now, whether he does the same tonight or not, I don't know. As far as we go, I think he'll change the goalkeeper. I don't think Botman will play. I think Cher will come in. There's not a great deal he can do at left back. I don't think so. Dan Boone will have to play there. He could change the right back. He could bring Kraft in, but Kraft hasn't played much football at all this season. I think Tonali will come back into midfield. I think Ramsey will play. And probably Guimaraes. And then up top,
It's a big question, isn't it?
Does he rest Gordon and bring Barnes in? Does he rest Murphy and bring Alanga in? And the big one is, does he play Asula instead of Altamada?
If we were to score you 11 out of 11 when the team is published, then I think you'll probably get quite a high score with the way that you're leaning there. So I'm
not convinced about that top 3 though, Reza.
Yeah, I mean, William Osula's been carrying an ankle injury which has restricted his involvement in recent weeks, but Nick Voltemada cannot start every match while they're without Johan Wissa, who is still due back in the next couple of weeks. But William Osula played in the last round, scored twice against Bradford, and was instrumental in Newcastle getting the late winner at the weekend, although he was only on the pitch for, I don't know, probably 10 minutes of football in total. You look at Barnes and Alanga, they will want to play, they need to play. They are good options from the bench, both of them, but then if they come out, you've then got Gordon and Murphy, who would be waiting in reserve tonight. I think you'd probably not be too far off with that team. I would be astonished if Tonali didn't come back in, and Ramsey as well. He played well against Benfica, which is his first start since his return from injury. They didn't use him at the weekend. It's the perfect night to give him another run out, and we like what we've seen from him so far. And you're right about the fullback situation. All you can do really is leave Trippier or Byrne in, play one of them at left back and bring Kraft in. I think Kraft would come in and maybe Trippier would get a breather tonight. That's the problem with not having Lewis Hall, who's still not fit for tonight, although he's not far away, and Tino Livramento unavailable and due back at the end of next month. They're targeting Manchester City at home for him, which is on the 22nd of November, so still about a month for Livramento. But so that would be 4, 5, 6 changes maybe, but we'll get confirmation soon, maybe in half an hour.
Yes. Well, I hope it is, because I said that earlier.
Yeah, so it's varied. Premier League teams are announced an hour and 15 minutes before kick-off. In the cup competitions, sometimes it's been a bit different.
Has it caught you on the hop?
I can't. No, I just can't remember what. Yeah. I don't know if it's down to the two clubs to agree, or whether there's a competition-specific rule. We'll find out. I think
we will.
Yeah, we'd better.
Someone will tell us if we've missed it by 5 minutes. I'm sure.
All these matches, I get confused between the various rules and regulations.
Not surprised. There are two reasons for. We're going to hear a bit from Eddie Howe now. There are two reasons, I think, Ando, for not being sure how many changes there will be, or perhaps doubting that there will be too many changes. One, as you've touched on, is the number of injuries, but the other is a genuine desire to retain this trophy and win this competition, because after winning at Wembley in March, Eddie Howe says he wants more success this season.
Yeah, absolutely. That feeling was incredible. And I think one of the big drivers, once you've experienced that, is you want it again. And you want it again as quickly as possible. So we don't have unlimited opportunities for that. So this is one of those chances to go far in a competition, to go deep, and to try and repeat the experience. But these early rounds are really, really difficult. This will be a tough game. Tottenham's away form is very, very strong. In some senses, I think that's a good thing for us. It sharpens our minds. It leaves us in no uncertain terms what we have to do.
It's an obvious statement, though, isn't it, Ando, that they want to win the trophy again? But someone texted last night to say it was the best chance of winning silverware again this season. I mean, it's a toss-up between this and the FA Cup. You approach them the same way, but it is going to be taken seriously. Of course it is.
Of course it is. The holders of this trophy, we spoke about it last night. It's been a competition that's been kind to Eddie Howe since he's been at the football club. Got the 2 finals, won one. And he'll want to target it again. I think there's a big opportunity again. It is important. He looks at all games as important, but I think there's a real opportunity yet again in this competition to progress. You've got a home tie, albeit against the Premier League side, but it's another big opportunity for us, and it's got to be taken. It's got to be taken very seriously.
Indeed, yeah. It's not a disadvantage, but one of the consequences of getting far into cup competitions and Champions League matches, the group being bigger than it used to be as well, the group stage being bigger than it used to be, is that it's just more matches. And I think this is the second spell of sort of 7 games in 20 whatever days. Yeah, well,
I suppose the more successful that you are, the more games you're going to have to play. The further you go in competitions, when we got into the Champions League, we knew there was going to be an awful lot more games. The last time we got into the Champions League, we didn't have the depth of squad to be able to cope with it. I think this season we have got a squad that can cope with it. I think the players that have been brought in have added that bit of quality there as well. I think when you look at the bench now, you think he's got players on there that he knows can come on and they have an influence in games. He didn't have that before, but Eddie Howe has now got that. So I think it's it is what it is, and if you want to be successful, you've got to play in these competitions and you've got to play all these games. It probably doesn't help Eddie Howe because he wants to get his players on the training pitch and he wants to work on certain things, and but with the amount of games that we've got in such a short space of time, he's not able to do that. But that goes with the territory, unfortunately, when it's just how it is. This guy.
And he has spoken on this as well, because continuing in this League Cup does mean it adds to their workload, but it is a competition that Eddie Howe says he enjoys.
The timing is unique. The FA Cup is staggered later on in the season, and I think depending on how your season's going, the feel of that competition is different. I think because this is so early in the season, there's a fresh energy to it, and you're trying to build momentum in your season in that moment. So these rounds are important to boost everyone's feeling and energy as you enter the season. The FA Cup is something we want to do better in. We haven't done well enough in recent seasons, so that is a target for us too.
And we'll talk more about how important the competition is to supporters as well. The answer is very, because I think if Newcastle hadn't won this competition last season, do you think the attitude to it this season would be different among supporters?
I think the attitude to it since Eddie Howe has come in has always been the same. I don't think it's changed. I think he looked at this competition and saw it as a stepping stone. I think if you look back at Manchester City, I think the League Cup was the first one they won. So I think he's seen it that way. that it was a big opportunity. And I think because, I'm not being disrespectful to the League Cup at all, but you look at the majority of Premier League clubs, you look at the majority of Championship clubs, when they first come into it, they make wholesale changes. It's not this competition isn't the priority for a lot of them. Teams who are down the bottom of the Premier League, their priority is staying in the Premier League, not the League Cup. And for whatever reason, Championship sides look at it in a similar vein. They all make wholesale changes as well, and it's different for the sides at the top because they've got squads that they can rotate, that they can bring players into, and we see that on a regular basis. So it gives you that opportunity. It gives you that opportunity if the draw is kind to you. Although last season the draw wasn't so kind to us, we had to do it the hard way. You had to beat some big sides, and we were able to go and do that, and managed to do that, and deservedly did that. But to a lot of sides, no, it's not a priority.
It's a competition that means a lot to Eddie Howe, to the club, to the fans, because for many years cup competitions were not important. They were not seen as a priority. It was something that fans went head to head with the club with during the previous era and the Mike Ashley ownership. It's different now, obviously. They are able to compete in the cups, although as the manager, we were just listening to him there talking about how they haven't done that well in the FA Cup during his time. But the League Cup under Eddie Howe, runners-up, quarter-finalists, should have gone through, lost to penalties, lost to Chelsea on penalties after being 1-0 up going into added-on time at the end of the game, and then winners last season. So they've always done well in the League Cup under Eddie Howe, and of course they want that to continue.
I think pretty much everything that we've talked about so far is also applicable to Spurs in terms of workload, in terms of squad depth, in terms of a manager that is very, very popular, albeit he's been at Spurs for a much shorter time. And we'll talk to Phil Parry, our colleague at BBC Radio London, in about half an hour's time, specifically about Spurs and specifically about the changes that they make tonight. But Thomas Frank's done a good job from the outside, hasn't he?
Yeah, look, he did a great job at Brentford. For the resources that Brentford have gotten, one thing and another, he got good players in. He had a system that worked really, really well for him. Was never really struggling in the Premier League. The only surprise for me was, as I say, when they came here last year, and had nothing really to play for. They were never going to get relegated. They weren't going to win the league, and he made the wholesale changes that he made in this competition. But going to Spurs it's a different animal. There's an awful lot more pressure on you. A little bit like Eddie Howe coming here compared to being up at Bournemouth. Not being disrespectful to Bournemouth, because what they've done and what they've achieved in recent seasons has been first class.
And what they continue to achieve this season as well.
But there's not the same type of pressure on managers there as there is at a Newcastle United, as there is at a Tottenham Hotspur, because you're expected to win week in, week out. You're expected to progress in cup competition, so that pressure is there all the time. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about this one tonight. Watched them against Everton at the weekend. 3 goals, set pieces he had again. But had to defend for a lot of the game. But we don't know what their side's going to be, so we're just going to have to wait and see. But I'm sure he will make changes. I don't think we can get away from that fact. Same way as ourselves, but it'll be really interesting to see how many he actually makes.
Indeed. Hopefully by the time we talk to Phil from Radio London, they will have announced that team as well, and we can have an educated discussion on that. They're unbeaten in 7 games away from home, Spurs, since Thomas Frank arrived in the summer. Eddie Howe thinks that the Dane is doing a good job.
Tactically very interesting, very versatile coach. He'll build up in lots of different ways. Very aggressive off the ball, I'd say, predominantly. They have their different ways of trying to make that happen in the game and set plays. I think they're very, very well organised ultimately, and I think set plays is probably the biggest guider of that. When you watch a team, everyone knows their roles. They're very efficient both for and against. Credit to him and his coaching staff for what they're doing.
We've had a message in with a predicted team from Mark, which we will come to later on, because I want other people to send theirs as well, and we can compare and contrast. 08000 321 333 is the number to send your WhatsApp messages to, or 81333 if it's a text message. Start them all with the letters BBC. I'm going to dispatch Razor to go and find out not just the team news, but when we will get said team news as well. Anything else for you to add before we disappear?
No, but just a reminder that you can listen to us tonight, not just on the radio, on BBC Radio Newcastle, but we'll be on BBC Sounds. So scroll along at the top, search for BBC Radio Newcastle, and if you're going to be out and about, then you can listen to us, get the Newcastle United perspective there through the BBC Sounds app. It will be settled tonight, this tie, so if it's level after 90 minutes, there's no extra time. It's straight to penalties to determine who reaches the quarter-final, and the draw will be made once this tie has concluded.
Indeed, thank you.
About an hour afterwards, once they've done the post-match interviews and then got the balls ready for the draw.
About midnight.
Well, they rather optimistically said that when the EFL sent the email round to us all, they rather optimistically said around 10:30. Now we're going off air. Our programme finishes at 10:30 tonight, so it doesn't really matter from our point of view. But I don't think it's going to be 10:30 when we find it. Anyway, Matthew Raceback, thank you very much for the moment. Then, if you want to have a chat with Ando, the number to call 0800 234 6565. It is 6:25.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
David Attenborough has lent his support to the Wildlife Trust in their efforts to buy the Rothbury estates. Got us talking this morning. My wife, her unpopular opinion is she does not like David Attenborough. We've almost divorced over this, so I want your unpopular opinions. Tom, what's yours?
Anyone that drinks Guinness doesn't actually like it. They're just doing it because they think it's a personality trait.
Tom, you just think this about literally anything because you've got a palate of like a 4-year-old that's not eating anything apart from yogurt and stuff that's been put in a blender. You probably think salt is spicy.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
This is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. Let's talk Sunderland next. John Anderson's gone to get himself some scran, so it's Marco Gabbiadini with me, because Nick Burns is away today but back tomorrow. A reminder, if you want to talk to Marco throughout the show tonight as well, still talking plenty about Sunderland, 0800 234 6565. We heard last night from one of the goal scorers at the weekend, Wilson Isidore. Tonight we're going to hear from the match winner, Shemsdeen Talby, because he did an interview with the club after Saturday's game. It was his first goal in red and white, and it was put to him that it wasn't a bad time to get it.
No, I think it's a nice one to start. Yeah, I'm really happy to have my first goal here for this club. And but I think we need to be proud of the game we did, and also thank you for the fans. They are incredible, and they show it again that we have a great mentality. And I think we don't play with 11, we play with 12. I don't think pressure. I played in big stadium of big event, and I think you need to play your game. And okay, the ball come there, and need to be calm to try to score low as possible. And I did it, and I'm really happy.
It's always a nice feeling. I know he's not in the team, Marco, to score goals specifically, but you know full well that if you joined a new club, getting your first goal out of the way is always a nice thing to tick off.
Yeah, and look, he's an attacking player. He's playing in the final third. They've got to contribute. I think there has got to be times where you've got to step up, and it was a big goal. It was a really important moment for the club in its first few games of the season. We have the benchmarks have sort of changed for forwards. As a centre forward, it used to be if you were scoring 1 in 3, that was pretty good. The very best was scoring 1 in 2, and 1 or 2 did better than that. But in the modern game, these sort of wide players, you're only playing with one centre forward mainly. They should be getting to goal scoring positions a lot, and we had players like Jack Clark and Patrick Roberts who had really good seasons where they got into double figures and way into double figures, and that's probably when you get in having a really cracking season. So look, I think these sort of players should be getting near double figures if they're playing regularly. But like as he said there, being part of the squad, being part of, it's not just about the 11 that start, it's about the subs as well. There's going to be lots of opportunities for him, but to come on in games where it is a little bit open, starts opening up a little bit. But look, he's had a good start to this time at Sunderland. He's been involved in a lot of good performances. I know we said, I think last week, that the forward players aren't getting all the sort of the praise is probably more on the defensive midfield players and defenders and midfield players. But they if it wasn't for the way that the likes of Enzo Lefebvre and Talby and Adingra and those sort of players have worked, their work rate has been incredible. We wouldn't be such a solid outfit. They've contributed in many ways.
And that's the thing, just when you talk about the respective amounts of credit, I suppose, that different parts of the pitch have been given so far this season. Sunderland have, they've only conceded 7 goals in 9 games, and that's more than just the back 4 or 5. We know that. That's had its praise. Is it even close to being a concern that they've only scored 11 goals in those 9 games, or not? Does it not matter if you're not conceding many anyway?
I suppose it's that a yin and yang sort of thing. If you're not, you're putting a lot of effort into your defending, and that I think we've heard the manager talk about. He talks a lot about the finishers, and maybe he sees that games. I said this last night. Too often the teams that are struggling in the Premier League, they don't just concede 1, they concede 3 or 4 in a half, and the game is over. Once you get to 2 or 3, it should be over, really, the game, and you're worrying about keeping it respectable, especially if you come up against some of the very top sides. So we've basically negated that so far this season. We've got ourselves in a position where we're not going to be fragile, we're not going to be open and exposed, and all those words that opposition forwards are rubbing their hands together because they're playing Sunderland and they're wide open at the back, these lot. That isn't the case with us, and I think that is so the praise is, everybody deserves it. They do. You cannot play the way that Sunderland are playing if every player isn't pulling their weight. We talked about last night about the sort of chains, the chain reactions. Once one player goes, the other one has to go, and it's the 4th and 5th ones who win the ball, because everything else has happened in a chain reaction. The bad teams are the ones where 1 and 2 go, and 3 and 4 are sitting on the heels, and number 5 gets exposed, and you're you're getting attacked on your back 4. So it's, but look, I think Mukiele, Alderete, Ballard, the goalkeeper, they've had some really good, outstanding performances, and it's been a little bit less expansive than maybe it would be nice if we were more expansive, but at the moment I think most Sunderland fans are happy with the results, the way things are going.
Oh, yes. I mean, they sit 4th in the Premier League table, and 5 wins out of 9, etc. All the other things we can throw out. Yeah,
and
we're not even nitpicking. We're dissecting. We're not nitpicking. Yes.
Yeah. The other strange thing is that like Saturday's stats, we had 30-odd% possession, but when we get possession, we really make it count, and that's again down to the fast reactions of players. In that, once the ball gets cleared, somebody's getting on the end of it, and 2 people are supporting it, and that again is that hard work, and that's why we don't need loads of possession, because we're doing it quickly and getting into opposition halves and final thirds with quick reactions and getting 5 people in the box when the ball's coming in, which is why we're coming out on top in games, and it's a hard thing for other opposition teams to stop, because what would Chelsea but they're used to being on top in possession, but they're not used to being broken on so quickly by a team that they would see as a lower half of the table team.
Let's hear a little bit more then from Shamsdeen Talbi. We've talked about it a fair bit this season, the togetherness in this Sunderland squad that's been a standout. But Talbi was asked about it. He said it is something that they pride themselves on.
Yeah, I think we need to play with our qualities, and I think our big qualities to be a team. And we show it again. We need to defend. We defend. We suffer together, and we did it great. And we show it on the pitch, and also outside of the pitch. We are like a family. We love together, but we can be serious when the game starts and when the training starts. And it's a good part of football that we show on the pitch.
And it is. How rare is it to find? Funnily enough, one of the reasons for asking you this, Marco, I did a couple of interviews this afternoon with South Shields because they've got their big FA Cup tie at the weekend. We'll hear some of it tonight and some of it in the rest of the week. And they talk a lot, the manager and the captain, about the culture at the club and how that fostering that has made them a better football team, quite literally. You've been in presumably a variety of dressing rooms. Yeah. How much better does it make you play as a group when you have that whole culture and spirit off the field as well?
I mean, look, you try and engender that every season. It doesn't always work, and especially it's hard to do it when you've got holes sometimes in your midfield, or your forwards aren't firing, or they're not chasing down those clearances. And so I think most teams trying, but definitely I've been involved in teams that you have that edge of invincibility, and also sometimes you only get it certain parts of the season. I can remember the season we beat Newcastle in the playoffs. What year was that? 89, 90. I can't remember which one it was. We had a bit of a sort of a slump in the middle of the season, but the last 15 or so games of the season, we were fantastic. We just felt like whatever. I remember we had to go to Wolves and get a result to keep us in it, and we went there and got 1-0, and it was sort of like. We just, there was no argument to whether we would win that game. We knew that us in that changing room knew that we were going to win that game, and you only get it sometimes in short spells in a season, and the test now for the squad and the manager and the coaches is to see how long we can keep this feel good factor. Because there will be bad days, and there's going to be some days where we're scratching our heads. I think the Man United game the other week was a little bit frustrating for some of the fans were frustrated. But look, you just have to park it, move on, and bounce back, which is what we have done.
Yeah, let's do one more little bit then. It is a very small bit from Shamsdeen Talbi, obviously one of the many summer recruits. But he says it's been an enjoyable first few months on Wearside.
Yeah, I have a great feeling here. They invite me really nice, and I'm really happy here. But I think we need to switch on and to be focused for the next game.
Yeah, it's funnily enough, he was asked a question about how much he's enjoyed being at the club, and he immediately answers with, "Yeah, it's great, but Everton's next." And I think there is a part of that is just. I don't mean this as a criticism, robotic, like sort of automatic. You're meant to say, yeah, I'm not going to get carried away, etc. But there is a genuine, every match matters, let's move on to the next, let's have the right attitude all the time.
Again, it's one of those, it's a robotic answer to a robotic question sometimes. I think that's the trouble with asking a question like that. You're not going to get him, he's not going to say no. He's only got one answer to give, so that I think the lads sometimes. I've been in that position a long time. Lots of times, it is hard sometimes with the questions you get given because, one of my bugbears is when I hear somebody ask, and I know it's difficult for journalists when they say, "Is this the best moment in your life?" or "Where does this, how does it feel to win that trophy?" Well, it's sort of like. It's a bit of like you say, it's a dead question, and there's not much you can really say. You can only say one thing, or you say, well, no, birth of my children was much better than this, and then there's disappointment. So look, he's a young player. He's come in. He's done really well. I'm sure. Look, these lads are. They're not robots, but they are actually machines. They are the way that they approach to get to the level that they're playing at. They've had good experience. The majority of them have played in decent leagues, and this was a really good step up for a lot of them. and they're all actually grasping it at the moment. You know, so I hate to talk about it, but you know, they are. You know, they maybe look at it as a stepping stone that they want to play for one of the top 6 sides. Well, the challenge for us now as a club is to make sure that these players do play for a top team that's challenging for the top 6 in the near future. And look, if you know, a few more additions to this squad, you won't be far off, to be honest.
You know, the question that annoys me, and this is me calling out some fellow journalists, how much would it mean if
X happened? Yes.
And then the answer is everything.
Yeah.
And they say it would mean everything, and they go, okay, there's nowhere else to go with that one.
No. And it doesn't, you know, because you have a life as well. You know, sport and sport does take over. Of course it does, but it isn't the most important thing in life. Because if it was, you wouldn't have the soul. And you know, the thing I used to think about before I went out of the tunnel was my kids. It wasn't about the supporters or the chairman. You know, it was about doing it for my kids, to make sure that I could do nice things for them.
Yeah, and again, I'm plugging different interviews here. We'll hear from Robbie Tinkler later on in the week as well, the South Shields captain. But yeah, he was talking about home life is home life, and he does not think about football until he turns up at the stadium, and then he has got the ability to switch on and switch off. Not everybody does. It can be all-consuming, but if you can switch on and switch off, that's a bonus.
Well, one of my, you know, we see footballers now when they move their barber to a different part of the country with them nowadays, and have car people who, you know, ceramic polishing their cars and things. On a match morning, I usually cut the grass and wash my car in the morning before the game. You know, that sort of keeps it. You have to keep it in perspective, you know. We've obviously moved on in the world, and the wages have gone up, and they can afford somebody to do everything. But you know, I think being grounded and having something else to think about isn't a bad thing for a professional sports person in any sport.
Yeah. A couple of other things. The Sunderland under-21s play in the Premier League International Cup tonight. It's at the Stadium of Light. Actually, 7 o'clock kickoff against Anderlecht. And this is maybe one for a bigger discussion at another time. But I just wondered when I saw that there was the under-21s fixture tonight, and Sunderland obviously very proud of the Category 1 academy that they've had for quite a long time. Even when they were down, the first team was down in League 1, the Category 1 status was maintained by the academy. But now that Sunderland are in the Premier League, they are pretty much unreliant, if that's a word, on the academy this season. I don't think there will be a single, what you would class as an academy player who plays more games for the under-21s than anything else, even likely to make the bench for a Premier League game this season now, is there? And is that disconcerting? Is that just the way of it? How do we feel about that?
I think that, you know, you'd like to think that there will be. Look, there's two functions of it. You know, you can produce players, and I think Sunderland have, you know, never mind the players who play for the club, you know, they've got a good history of players going on and playing to a decent level in other leagues for other teams, and you know, that's important as well. But you know, you do get the gems, and you know, if you look at the gems that we've had, Henderson and Pickford, and you know, now we've got Rigg. I've missed one out there as well, haven't I? Who have I missed out? There was one in the middle there. But you know, it can save you a lot of money. And you look at Anderson at Newcastle, he pulled them out of a bit of a hole, didn't he, really? You know, the sale really sort of balanced their books, really. You know, a player like that. Now, I'm sure the lad maybe didn't want to leave. It's not been a bad thing that he has. He's a very good player. He's a player I saw play quite a lot as a junior. He's fantastic. You sometimes just get a gem, and to get a gem, you have to have some cloudy diamonds around him as well, to sort of make sure he's got a team that he can play in. And I think that's sometimes what the success rate of any academy isn't great, you know, of getting players into the first team. But if you get a Chris Rigg, who could, you know, he could be worth 40-50 million pounds in a few years' time, then you've done your job, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's
you
just
only need one every 4 or 5 years.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Thank you for that. I know it's a slightly left field question, and maybe one that we'll revisit on another international break, for example, when there's a bit more time to talk.
And also,
it through,
you can. The other thing that you can do as a Premier, I think, the Premier League academies, they can take players from other academies. They can entice them and bring them in, and make sort of buy them out of their youth contracts. It's a very complicated system, to be honest. But if you show that you're a team that, as we have done, that gives youth a chance, then you can. I think Liverpool have been pretty good, haven't they? They're a team who've played academy players.
Yeah, indeed.
And they buy a few in,
Yeah, and that will always be the way in the Premier League. It will always be a hybrid of those two things. 0800 234 6565, the number to call for you to have a chat with Marco or John Anderson tonight as we await the Newcastle United team news. The other thing I wanted to mention from a Sunderland perspective, Republic of Ireland women last night secured promotion to the Nations League A with a very dramatic and very late 5-4 aggregate win over Belgium. They had a 4-2 lead from the first leg, and it was 4-0 for a long time, but there were 4 Sunderland players and 2 Newcastle players involved in the 15, I think, that Ireland had on the pitch last night, including Sunderland's goalkeeper Grace Maloney, the Newcastle defender Aoife Mannion. The two of them played 90 minutes as well. A couple of unused substitutes from Sunderland as well, Izzy Atkinson and Jamie Finn, and Emily Murphy started up front from Newcastle as well. So plenty of representation there. Northern Ireland are trying to do the same thing, but they are not going to, because they are 5-0 down on aggregate in Iceland with just a couple of minutes left of the second leg. Sarah Robson, or Sarah McFadden as she is when she plays for Durham, coming out of international retirement to play for Northern Ireland in these playoffs. But they are not going to be going through. We will get, like I say, the Newcastle United team news in just a moment, because it is 6:45.
On BBC iPlayer,
we're making history as the worst set of faithfuls.
Friendships have been tested.
This game was making me evil.
As our players approach the last act.
It felt a bit of a performance.
But who will take their final bow?
I'm just terrified. This, for me, is life or death moment.
I say people are nice and I don't necessarily believe it.
The Celebrity Traitors continues tonight at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
And you're listening to Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle with Colin White, John Anderson and Marco Gabbiadini. We have Newcastle United's team tonight. John Anderson, do you have Newcastle United's team? I've got it in front of me.
I don't.
Well, there you are. You can peer over at my screen there. We've got Aaron Ramsdale in goal. You might be able to work out how many changes this is. I can just give people the team.
Ramsdale 1, Sher 2, Tonali 3, Barnes 4, Kraft 5, Alanga 6, Willock 7, Ramsey 8.
There we are. Genius. Absolute genius. Shall we put it in a more acceptable order now for people? So that is Dan Byrne, captain, at left back, Emil Kraft at right back, Sher and Malik Chow as the 2 centre halves. Midfield 3 of Jacob Ramsey, Joe Willock and Sandra Tonali, with Anthony Alanga on the right, I would imagine, Harvey Barnes on the left, and Nick Voltemade through the middle. Substitutes therefore: Nick Pope, Kieran Trippier, Sven Botman, Joe Linton, Anthony Gordon, Willa Sula, Alex Murphy, Bruno Guimaraes and Lewis Miley. Your reaction to that first, Ando, and then we'll get Matthew Racebex as well.
I don't think that's Alex Murphy, is it?
No, it's Jacob Murphy, sorry. That's Jacob Murphy.
Yeah.
Well, we assume it is.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke earlier on, didn't we, about the changes. I didn't even think of Joe Willock, to be quite honest.
I did, only because just after we started the programme, we saw him walk in with.
Yeah, well, I thought he would have been on the bench.
Yeah,
that's. But I just felt there was others ahead of him. We thought Ramsdale would start. We thought Sher would start. Tonali would come back. We mentioned Barnes and Alanga as wide players. We thought Kraft would come in. I thought Asula might get the nod over Voltemade, but obviously not. But look, he's rotated. He most definitely has rotated tonight. He's made 8 changes. Let's see how it goes.
And that's significant, Razor. We talked earlier, and I think Ando said 4, 5, 6 changes, and we've ended up with 8.
Yeah, more than I would have expected, and more than he made in the last round against Bradford, which was 7. Using the squad, using it well. I'm a little bit surprised Voltemada is up front only because of the Osula factor that we talked about, but remember, he is carrying an ankle injury, and I think that will have played a part in the decision. It may well have been a different decision if Johan Wissa had been fit, but it's a strong team. He's been able to give a couple of players a rest, at least from the start, like Trippier, Bruno, Botman, Gordon. A strong bench as well. So I think they look good like that, but it is interesting, particularly the shout for Joe Willock, who's not had much football this season. He's only played 4 times, just one start. That was at Bournemouth last month in the Premier League. Big night for him, because they need to get Joe Willock back close to the levels that he had been at a couple of years ago, when he can be such an effective player. There's a lot of competition in midfield. He gets an opportunity tonight alongside Tonali and Ramsey in there. Particularly looking forward to seeing Ramsey again, because he's impressed so far.
Indeed. Let's get the opposition perspective on this with Phil Parry from BBC Radio London. I'm hoping that he's not reliant on X for the Tottenham Hotspur lineup, because
it's not there.
I've been refreshing them and it's not there. So if we have to have this conversation without actually knowing what the Spurs lineup is, that is absolutely fine, because we can start a little bit more generically, which is, and it's a very reductive sentence, it's been a very good start to the season, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, in many respects. Maybe it's there's been changes, of course. Thomas Frank has come in. He's a very different coach. He approaches things in a very different way to the previous incumbent, who, as we now know, I think by his own admission, threw all the eggs in one single basket in the second half of last season. I think elimination in the League Cup probably was the moment where he said, well, I'm going to focus on the Europa League, did Ange Postecoglou, and the Premier League went out the window, and we know that they finished their worst ever finish in the top flight of English football since they got relegated in the mid-1970s to come straight back in. So, you know, 22 defeats, something along those sort of lines. They were moribund when it came to the league campaign, certainly in the second half. However, they won a European trophy and they got into the Champions League as a consequence, so the gamble paid off from that point of view. But Thomas Frank is different. We know him from what he did at Brentford, and he's sort of settled into the job in a pretty positive way. It's away from home where they've picked up their points, in particular. This home narrative is really quite weird, that they've only won 2 home games in the Premier League since mid-February, and that is even gone over into this season, and they're against Southampton at the back end of last season and Burnley this season. You know, they got only a draw against Wolves. They've been beaten by other teams. It's very, very strange, but it probably means that they come to somewhere like St James's Park and think, well, actually away from home is working better. It's a long way to go, but I would say he's been very encouraged by the start he's had, considering some of the issues he's had to deal with from an injury point of view.
Yeah, I mean, Spurs are unbeaten away from home this season. You know, we talk about how surprisingly poor the home form has been, or looks. The away form's been absolutely fantastic. Is there any rationale to that you can think of at all?
He's been asked about it, and I think obviously one of the things that we knew that he would do would be to change their mindset when it came to being difficult to beat. Because if you look at what he did in his previous club, and what was happening beforehand, you know, they only had a minus, despite finishing 17th, they had a minus goal difference of 1 last season. So they scored lots of goals, but they conceded lots of goals, 65 conceded. And obviously Thomas was going to come in and have a very different view of that. So making them difficult to beat, and then maybe playing a little bit more counter-attacking football with the players that they've got, the skill set that they've got, with the likes of Kudus in particular. That's maybe the way that he was going to look at it. And this year is, I think he's got the transitionary year almost free card to play this year, because it is very different. There's players that they're bringing in, they're bedding in, the likes of Simons. He's new, he needs to settle down. But yeah, Thomas is very, very, very attention to detail focused as well as a coach. Nothing will be unturned in his investigation as to how he's going to go and get some results. So it may not be quite as flamboyant as Ange Ball, just trying to win left, right and centre by scoring all these sort of goals that he would try and score. But what he will do is he'll have a really, really tight structure to his team, and I think maybe away from home, where you can get away with that a bit more, that works.
We've had lots of Newcastle conversations about managing workload and being in various different competitions this season. Obviously, Spurs are Champions League team as well this season. We are still having this conversation without knowing what the Spurs lineup is tonight because they just haven't published it. But is Thomas Frank inclined to make? I mean, Newcastle made 8 changes tonight. Presumably just the sheer volume of matches means there is rotation.
Yeah, he has to rotate, and also there is also the element of the fact that players need game time because you don't know when you're going to need them, whether it's going to be in the Premier League or the Champions League. So you have got players that, you know, I think you look at the ones that didn't start the weekend, the ones that came off the bench at the weekends, they're always going to be the natural ones that you assume will be the starting lineup as you're sort of handing it to me. So let's have a look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's actually...
I've chucked you under the bus here, so take your time, Phil.
You know, it's a strong lineup, actually, because Porro, Spence, Danso, Bentancur, Johnson, Simmons and Paulinho are all from the starting lineup from the weekend.
Yeah,
so the changes are Kinski in goal. Just trying to work it off the top of my head. Bergvall comes into the starting lineup. Pape Matar comes into the starting lineup. I think, by my reckoning, that's 3 changes.
Maybe 3, maybe 4, yeah.
Yeah, which is less than I thought. I was predicted on our station 5, and I was told, I'm not saying who told me, but there was a lot of speculation around here. It could be 3 or 4 or 5 for Newcastle. It's actually flipped, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that actually Newcastle have made more, and Spurs have maybe not made more. Now, he was burnt. We talked about this, John, didn't we?
Yes, we did, yeah. Because it was me that said there might be 3 or 4.
But he was burnt last year, Thomas, here, when he made a lot of changes for Brentford and an opportunity to maybe to progress. And I do wonder, but also you have to take into consideration his injury list is quite extensive, and he's got a lot of players. So if you were to make that number of changes, you really are then going into their depth charts of some younger players. And maybe that's not an option he really wants to do from the start.
That's killed the question I was really going to ask, because I was going to ask you, how serious does he take this competition? Will he make the changes? And obviously we know he's only making 3 changes.
He's always, I mean, in his previous job, he always said he wanted to take this competition seriously. He got to a quarter-final last year and lost here. He got to a semi-final in that funny COVID year of 2020-21 where it went to a one-off semi-final, and they lost it in front of, well, a few of us, those who were lucky to be there, at Spurs. But then Brentford were on their promotion push that year, so they were a championship side, but they got to a semi-final. So he's always, I think, had this competition as a potential to actually do well. And you know, Jose Mourinho said the first trophy that Jose Mourinho won in England was the League Cup, and he famously said, didn't he, if you win the League Cup, that's the first trophy you can win in a season. If you win it, all the pressure's on everyone else. Because you've got a trophy in the cabinet, and all those other teams that supposedly want to compete with you haven't. So there's pressure because the number of trophies they can win has been reduced by 1. So I wonder whether Thomas comes in and looks at it from that point of view. But I'm pleased that he's gone strong. Maybe not surprised because of what he can and can't do. But I also look at that Newcastle lineup, and you know, at the weekend, Matt Lockwood, who's with us again here tonight, said that the strength and depth in Newcastle's bench was quite obvious with the bench, and it just shows that there is a bit of depth here now at Newcastle, which you've been working on, I know, over the last couple of years.
Indeed. Phil, really appreciate your time.
Phil.
Thank you very much. Phil Parry from BBC Radio London giving us the lowdown on Spurs. I'm very conscious that Tom, who's a Newcastle fan, has been listening to that entire conversation, waiting very patiently, and I've squeezed your time a bit, Tom, but welcome to Total Sport.
Cheers, Colin. John,
by a bit, I say you've got 2 minutes. Go for it, Tom.
The lineup there. I was the only thing for me, what I would be surprised would be, I would have played Sula, but he's carrying the knock. Walter Marder up front. The Kraft on the right, which is fine. You know, Dan Burn captaining it. I think it's a good side. And I think with Tonali and Ramsey playing together, it'd be nice to see them 2 play together. They're both quick. They're both agile. Get amongst the Tottenham midfield and let's go for it. And John, I always give you one word about the team. When we played Arsenal in the Cup last year, I said discipline. This year, just desire to retain the Cup. You know, what do you think, John?
Yeah, look. I thought he'd make changes. I didn't think he'd make 8 changes. You know, I think it's because of the situation we're in. It's all about rotation and giving players game time. I like you. I'm interested to see Tonali and Ramsey. I like the look of Ramsey. I think he's a good athlete. You know, he's got a good touch on the ball. I think he gives us something a little bit different in there as well. Tonali's just the all-round player for me. You know, I'm a little bit surprised at Willock, I have to say. You know, because he's fallen down the pecking order, but he's got an opportunity tonight. I think Barnes and Alanga, it's been a stop-start sort of season for both of them as well. So you know, it's a chance for them to go and show the manager what they're all about.
Yeah, indeed. Score prediction from you, Tom, briefly. Apologies for cutting you so short again.
3-1. We'll beat them 3-1.
3-1. We will. Everybody in the crowd, clearly, apart from the Spurs fans, would take that. Tom, Tom, genuine apologies for cutting you so tight.
Cheers, mate.
But thank you very much for talking to us this evening. It was interesting to get the thoughts of Phil from BBC Radio London as well. But we will give you plenty more time between now and probably about 20 to 8 when we hand over to Matthew Racebeck to talk about that team, that Newcastle United team tonight, and the game in general. We are going to talk Sunderland as well after 7 o'clock, so there's still reasons for you to give us a call to have a chat with Marco. 0800 234 6565, the number for you to call. I know plenty of you have sent messages as well. We'll get through them. If it's WhatsApp, then 08000 321 333. If it's a standard text message, then 81333. Start them all with the letters BBC, and we're back after the news.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 o'clock with the BBC News, I'm Vicky Carter. Police have charged a 22-year-old Afghan national with murder following a triple stabbing in Uxbridge in West London that left one man dead. Safi Dawood is also charged with attempted murder and possession of an offensive weapon. 49-year-old Wayne Broadhurst died at the scene. Hurricane Melissa is continuing to cause devastation as it sweeps through the Caribbean. The authorities in Haiti say at least 20 people have died in floods in the south of the island. More than 2/3 of Jamaica is without power and roads have been cut off by floodwater. Nikki Finlay-Mulligan from Shropshire is on holiday in Jamaica. She was meant to be flying home yesterday but spent the night in a conference room at the hotel they're staying at.
Everything's been boarded up. A lot of the the restaurants and shops and everything around the resort that we're staying in have all been boarded up since Friday, Saturday.
Downing Street says the asylum seeker Hadish Kabatu, who was mistakenly released from prison, was given a £500 payment last night after threatening to disrupt his deportation to Ethiopia. A spokesperson said it was an operational decision taken to avoid an expensive process of cancelling and rebooking the flight. BBC's political correspondent Nick Ardley.
The Conservatives leader, Kemi Badenoch, has described it as pocket money. Said it shouldn't have happened. The Lib Dems have said it's outrageous, and Reform UK agrees. Zia Yousaf, their head of policy, has been saying that this is an insult to the British people.
A Somali national who came to the UK on a small boat has been sentenced to at least 25 years in prison for murdering a customer at random in a bank in Derby in May. Habir Abdirahman Noor pleaded guilty to the murder of Govinda Singh Johal at Derby Crown Court in August. A woman who lost 4 teeth after having a whitening treatment at a beauty salon in Lancaster is urging people to be aware of the dangers. Kelly Howson's been speaking as a BBC North West investigation has found illegal and dangerous teeth whitening treatments are being sold by beauticians and on social media. Some gels were found to contain more than 500 times the legal limit for over-the-counter products, strong enough to cause a chemical burn. Kelly wants people to be cautious.
And everybody probably thinks it's not going to happen to me, but I was one of them and it did happen to me. All I can say to people is please do your research. You've got no idea what these guys are using.
A government spokesperson urged the public to contact Citizens Advice or their local authority trading standards department if they had concerns over teeth whitening products for sale in their area. A woman says that she's in no doubt that BBC Radio Manchester's Stop a Stroke campaign has saved her life. Presenter Mike Sweeney has been leading the campaign after revealing that he suffered a stroke this year. Michelle Purtney from Stockport checked her own blood pressure, which was so high her GP said it could have warranted an ambulance. You're up to date, it's 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Welcome back to Total Sport live from St James's Park tonight. We're an hour away from kick-off the last 16 of the League Cup. Newcastle United against Tottenham Hotspur. Matthew Raisbeck can remind us of a much-changed starting 11.
Eddie Howe has made 8 changes tonight. The team is Ramsdale, Kraft, Cher, Chow, Byrne, Ramsey, Tonali, Willock, Ilanga, Barnes and Voltemada. And on the bench for Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Botman, Joelinton, Gordon, Osula, Jacob Murphy, Bruno and Miley.
Thank you very much, Matthew Raisbeck. We want your thoughts on that lineup tonight. 0800 234 6565. From a Sunderland perspective, we were talking about Shemsdean Talby earlier. How pleased were you to see him get his first goal of the season at the weekend? He was also speaking about the togetherness, the culture in the dressing room as well. How evident has that been to you from the outside? That number to talk to Marco Gabbiadini is exactly the same, obviously. 0800 234 6565. We will hear from all of you who have sent messages as well. I'm going to read through some of them very shortly. 2 ways to do that. WhatsApp is 08000 321 333 and the text number is 81333.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And just before we talk to Brad, who's a Sunderland fan, a couple of messages and on a specific topic, and you may have seen this reported. The club, Newcastle United, putting a statement out as well to say they're aware that a Microsoft-related outage is causing problems for fans on the ticketing site tonight. It's obviously everybody has got their ticket by now, but it's if you're trying to download it or transfer it that things are getting a bit difficult. If you're not a season ticket holder, but you're at the game tonight, but you haven't yet downloaded your ticket, you will be able to do so from the link in the confirmation email. The club saying that season ticket holders looking to transfer a ticket for tonight's game can get help directly from the box office. But a couple of people, thank you to David Cramlington and someone else who didn't put the name on the end of it, flagging that up to us as well. And yeah, sort of get here early if you are going to have to try and speak to the box office about the transfer of tickets as well. A Microsoft outage contributing to those problems this evening. I'm Colin White in for Simon Pride all this week on Total Sport. John Anderson is going to do the opposite of what Phil Parry did for us earlier, so he's off to be on Radio London for 5 minutes or so. But we've got the former Sunderland striker Marco Gabbiadini with us, and we've got Brad, a Sunderland supporter, on the line. Good evening, Brad.
Evening, Colin. Evening, Marco. How are we?
Hiya, Brad. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm enjoying the ride of this season so far, Marco.
Well, you've got to enjoy it while it lasts, haven't you? But you know that's the big question. How long can we keep playing as well as we are and competing at the sharp end of the table?
Well, there's no telling that, to be honest. And one thing that did annoy me is obviously we've had the drops for the last however many years. I mean, the last couple of years have been decent, but we've always had people taking the mickey out of us because we dropped out the leagues, etc. So it's just nice that we can just enjoy it as while we can, you know what I mean? If there's any sort of fan base that deserves to be riding this wave, it's sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean it was tough, you know. I mean, it's almost a humiliation, isn't it, to get relegated down to the third tier when you've got a fan base like we have, and then, you know, there were some dark months and years really. I mean, I think probably the COVID year that finished early was probably the biggest kick in the nether regions that we could have. And then, but look, the bounce back has been rapid since the since Kirill took over. And we're back to probably some of our best times in the Premier League, really. I know in the top flight even over the last 50 years.
I mean, what would you say, Marco? Just before I touch on one point I want to mention, but how would you compare this one to the days when Peter Reid took us up? I'm not saying the first time at Walker Park. I'm on about the one, when we went up with the record points and then we took on. How would you compare this season to that one? Because obviously I was only about 7 or 8 years old at the time. But
yeah, well, I was still playing myself then, so I was a little bit sort of preoccupied with other things. But yeah, obviously I always kept contact with my former clubs. But I think the what's been, it's probably more impressive this time because of the money and the value that the top teams have now. That they're not run by wealthy individuals. They're run by billionaires and conglomerates, and I think the gaps within the Premier League are bigger than what they were 20 odd years ago. We've seen a change in even in that. So, and also, obviously these teams are involved in the Champions League. There's more of them involved in European competition, which is so lucrative. So I think what Sunderland have achieved so far this season has been very impressive because of who they're coming up against.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've said the first few weeks watching it when I've been there, said to my son, it's like watching a different sport, just the pace that everything moves at. So, but it's been absolutely fantastic. Just one thing I want to quickly touch on, Marco. Mr. Talby. I think, look, I know people have been saying maybe his last couple of substitution appearances, now he's warranted a start. Now, I wouldn't be too far against that, but for me, I think he's like you've mentioned this week about the starters and the finishers. I think Talby is really, really good now coming on against maybe a few more tired legs and using his pace and his directness. What I wouldn't want him to do, because look, you can tell the boy's got something. If he started the first few games in the season, he had some moments, but I wouldn't say it was a consistency. I wouldn't want him to then come in from the start and maybe feel like he's going back over because he's not as involved or not as influential in games. Do you think it's important that we continue to maybe use him as we are at the moment?
Yeah.
Build up that confidence where he knows, look, I can come on in the space of 2 weeks. He's got an assist, which isn't really an assist, but it is in my eyes, and a goal. But then if he starts for the next 2 weeks, doesn't sort of get involved in any of the direct play or any of the goals, will that sort of make people think, oh, look, he needs to be starting back on the bench, and then we're just in that little bit of a cycle? What do you think on that?
Yeah, I think the manager's trying to get, one of the most important things I ever think about a football team is balance, and I think by playing someone like Traore, it gives us a little bit more power and strength and just build. He's a bigger, taller, stronger player than Talby and Adingra and Lefay and Rigg. So I think that's why he's had a few starts and he's it looks like he could be there, because look, Lefay's been doing really well. He's a clever player, and I think he's the important one. So at the moment, if you have Lefay in the team, maybe you need to balance it by having somebody stronger and more athletic on the other side, and that balances it off. And as you say, then use the impact of the pure pace coming on later in the game is a factor. But look, I think that's what Reggie Labrie has been brilliant at, hasn't he, since he's come into the club, is just finding the right blend, not making huge changes, but when he does, they just subtle changes at times make a big difference.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you're watching the under-21s, but it's 11 minutes in, Marco, and it's 1-1. Someone's just equalised.
Thanks for that, Brad.
Well, there we are. Yeah, appreciate the update, Brad. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Brad. Always appreciated. The number for you to call, do the same thing as Brad has just done. Come on and have a chat with us. 0800 234 6565. We'll have a chat with Ian, who's also a Sunderland fan, in just a minute. But Ando, I'm going to read a couple of these Newcastle United text messages to you. And actually, these are ones that came in before we found out the team news, but they're the ones that have got the predictions in them, if you like. And Mark, in fairness, is not far off. So he's got the back four spot on. He's got Tonali, Ramsey and Bruno in midfield, whereas Bruno is rested because he didn't see Willock coming in either, and he thought that Asula might play through the middle, which I guess you did as well, but he correctly predicted Barnes and Elanga as the two wingers. And James and Sam, I want to read this message as well, because he says, evening everybody, should have been at the match tonight but recovering at home with pneumonia of the lungs.
Oh dear.
So we wish you all the best in that recovery.
Yeah, most definitely.
Son and daughter have taken my place tonight, hoping for a win, but got a feeling about a 2-2 draw. Well, if it's a 2-2 draw, it goes to penalties. Somebody has to win it tonight. There is no extra time. This will go straight to penalties if it's level after 90 minutes. He fancies Asula to score, but he also had Asula in his starting lineup, so we'll see. But in fairness to you, James, you had Joe Willock in the middle of midfield in your predicted lineup as well. What does Joe Willock bring?
Energy, good carrier of the ball, gets you up the pitch early. He's when Joe Willock was at his best, good athlete, carries the ball well, gets you into advanced areas quickly. So it's been a frustrating season for him. It's been a frustrating time for him because he hasn't seen a great deal of football. When he has played, he hasn't reached the levels that we've seen in the past. And you would say that there's players in that midfield area who have jumped ahead of him. That's why, and that not being no disrespect meant to Joe Willock at all. I didn't see him playing tonight. I just thought there was others ahead of him, but it's an opportunity for him now. He's been given that opportunity. It's up to him to go and try and grab it and show the manager what he's about.
When you say you didn't expect him to start, is that because you assumed that Lewis Miley would get another run out?
I thought he would have started Bruno in there. I thought he would have went with Tonali, Ramsey and
Bruno.
But he's played an awful lot of football, but he wants to play. So it comes as a bit of a shock when he doesn't.
And Newcastle's record is terrible when he doesn't play as well, as we've talked about before.
And I don't think Joe Linton's been at his best this season. I don't know whether he's still carrying a knock or whatnot. But if he was going to change it and leave Bruno out, I thought he might have gone with Miley. But as I say, he's given Joe Willock the opportunity because, again, it comes back where players need game time. You don't know when you're going to need these players, so you can't all of a sudden, if you're down to bare bones, just throw them in. They've got to have a certain amount of game time. The same as Emil Kraft needs game time. He hasn't played any football. Joe Willock needs game time. He hasn't played any. For
the reason we talked about last night, the difference between being fit and being match fit. The players you've named are fit.
You can train every day of the week, and you can work your socks off, and you can do everything that's asked of you. But there's still no substitution for playing games because it's a totally different level of fitness. You haven't played games in such a long time. You're blown after 60 minutes because it's not that intensity.
Exactly,
yes, there is intensity in training, but not the intensity that you see in Premier League and obviously League Cup games.
08000 321 333. If it's a WhatsApp message that you want to send us, 08000 321 333, or a shorter, easier to remember number, 81333. If it's a text message, 81333. Start them all with the letters BBC. We do like to hear your voice on the radio though. 0800 234 6565. The next voice you're going to hear is Ian's, who's a Sunderland supporter. Evening, Ian.
Hi lads. John, Mark.
Hi, Ian.
Hello, mate.
All right.
Very positive start to the season. Go for it, Ian. On you go.
I was going to ring up about a little bit about the Carabao Cup and what Johnny said earlier on. But unfortunately,
go for it.
Marco went said doubly annoyed.
Okay. I mean, we've got time to explore all of these things. So, do you want to start with the League Cup and then we'll come on to why Marco's doubly annoyed you?
I heard John on about, well, they had it difficult last year when they won the Carabao Cup. Now, I've got no problem. Newcastle won the Carabao Cup fair and square. But how it's gone, it's not the FA Cup. I do remember one of the rounds was supposed to play at Wimbledon and actually played at the St James. Is that correct?
Yeah, is that the only one you remember, is it?
No, I remember the others. I remember the reserve team sides, the bigger sides, as they call them.
Let me ask you something, Ian. Which reserve side knocked you out? Which reserve side knocked you out?
There's no need for that. There's no need for that.
Hey, you started it. You started it.
Well, okay. So was that the point you were going to make about the League Cup? That's fine. Let's move. This could be fun. Let's move on to why Marco's annoyed you. I'm intrigued by this bit as well. Go on, Ian.
Marco was on earlier on, and it's the kind of things that he intimated at. He's talking about the players and how the progression in the Sunderland team, and he says they'll all want to play for a top 6 side. Now, I understand what he's saying, but you know,
you just don't want me to say it. Is that what it is?
About Sunderland, you know, this year or last year, the owner of Nottingham Forest managed to keep Gibbs White, and he said, "No, we want to be a top 4 side." You know, now it failed miraculously this season, but it's about ambition. You know, I can't see any reason, Marco, why Sunderland can't be a top 6 side. You know, it's a club, it's a big enough club. We get up there, but if our ambition is just to get a few players sold for 50, 60, 70 million to the top side, you know, it really angers me, you know, when there's that kind of talk.
Well, I think you're probably, you know, your hackles must have got up really quickly because you didn't. What I was saying was, you know, when in the summer, when those players are joining a club that has just got promoted, you know, realistically, you're not going to be a top 6 side in your first season in the Premier League. If we do, it will be absolutely outstanding, and I will be, you know, I'll be waving a flag, and you know, on the open top bus tour around the city, I'll be there. But you know, I'm speaking realistically, and you know, you shouldn't get upset about that, because that is how the mentality of these players works. Is that they're professionals. They want to play in the Premier League. They see an opportunity to cut it. They've been offered an opportunity by Sunderland, and yes, it's a good opportunity because they could see that there was lots of players coming in of good quality, and a few, you know, star names in, obviously with the likes of Xhaka. And then, you know, that's, but the point is that if we finish 15th this season, I think we'll all be delighted. But you know, if somebody comes in for, you know, if Siddiqui carries on the way he's going, would you be surprised if Arsenal didn't, you know, made an offer for him in the summer?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, don't get us wrong.
So then that's what my point was. So yeah, you know, that is, you know, you can't really dig me out for that, because that's not the point I was making.
Well, the point I'm making as well, I know you're right. Well, it's about a mindset. It's a mindset of the Sunderland supporter. I've been fighting this for years. Because
I think most Sunderland supporters probably think like a lot of them think like you, Ian. You know, I'm just
other supporters who say, well, if we manage to escape relegation, yeah, that's the first thing we want. You know, and we might build this side up. We might finish mid-table. To hell with that. Let's have a go. Just like Newcastle did. You know, we're doing as well as Newcastle when they came first up. So why can't we go for it? It's about the mindset, Mark, and it's the mindset of the supporters as well. You know.
Well, it's a mindset. I mean, the mindset thing. The most important mindset is the mindset of the people who own the club. You know, because that will, we will see what happens. Because look, we made a great start. Could we back it up with some more transfers in the summer? In Christmas, which is always difficult.
They're saying now the ownership, they're talking about they've got plans for new players, for other players in January. That's music to my ears, because that tells me they're not settling for what they've got.
No.
You know?
Well, the business model is good and solid, so that makes that available, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I think the sky's the limit. You know, I'm not getting carried away. We're going to hit the path. We're going to go on a 5-6 game run where we're getting beat. You know, if we don't, brilliant. You know, but we won't hit the path. But it's
Ian, I think Ian, just a point. Just like if we take it forward a bit. Look, there are many teams who've found themselves in the top 6. You know, I'm going to use the word surprisingly. You know, because maybe a Forest and I don't know who else has done it. You know, in recent terms. You know, even Villa. You know, they've come from.
Surprise, yeah.
Even Villa have come from from years of sort of bouncing around the middle of the table. All of a sudden, found themselves at the top in your Champions League places. I think if we did it as a one-off, obviously Leicester did it that time. That wouldn't be, I wouldn't be surprised at that. I think the hard bit is being able to do it for, do it for 8 out of 10 years or something like that, which is what the very top teams do. And I think that is, can we get to a level, even staying in the Premier League? Obviously we were in the Premier League 10 years last time, which was a record, wasn't it, for the club over the last 30-40 years. That is probably, we want to realistically be known as a Premier League club, not a bouncing about the relegation.
Just think again, to be fair, the 10 years we spent there, our only glory for Sunderland, and I start to say it, yes, we did finish 7th twice, but we were quite satisfied with retaining our Premier League status. I'm saying the mindset has got to change now. We might not do it, but if you put the money up and the buy players in January, then why not? Why not?
Well, look, I think there are.
Thank you. Yeah, on you go, Marco. Then we'll.
Well, I was just going to say, I think we have got, we've seen the intentions of the owners, and they are a family of, one of the richest families in the world. So hopefully, they may take us to that next step. Ian, we have to just hope and pray that they believe in it.
Yeah, and the evidence so far is that they do. Thank you, Ian, for your call. Really appreciate that. Some good points in there. 0800 234 6565, the number for you to call. If we can't squeeze you on tonight, we will get you on tomorrow night instead. You can book your call for tomorrow. We'll talk to Scott, who's a Newcastle fan, in just a moment. It is coming up on 7:25.
Conspiracy theories really can impact the way the world works.
Disinformation. You think you're winning.
There could be 1,000 deepfakes.
But it's because of you we work 24/7 to verify the facts with digital tools and reporters on the ground.
BBC News, Moscow.
Roger.
In the West Bank.
So, no matter how quickly disinformation spreads, we'll be ready. The fight for truth is on. Trust is earned. This is our BBC.
And this is BBC Radio Newcastle, live from St James's Park. As you can hear behind us, it is very, very noisy. 35 minutes away from kick-off. 0800 234 6565, the number to call. I said we will talk to Scott in a second, which is exactly what we will do. But Ando, there's a message that's come in from you, from the Chesterley Street Geordies, saying, when Ando was asked about Joe Willock, he said he runs and carries the ball up the pitch quickly, but that was it. No mention of his lack of goals, lack of chances created, and of general effectiveness.
Look, when Joe Willock when we had him first on loan, what was it, 8 and 8 he got. He's never rediscovered that. I still think the others are ahead of him. I think he's fallen
by the others. You've got the obvious three, and Ramsey's ahead of him as well, and Miley's in contention with being ahead of him.
I think so. I think so. He hasn't rediscovered that type of form. So look, I hear what people are saying, but I think it's an opportunity for him tonight to try and rediscover some of that form, because you never know when you're going to be needed. It's as I said, there's players in there who need game time. With the amount of games that we're going to have coming up, they need to get game time under their belt.
Let's bring in Scott then, who's been listening to this conversation. Good evening, Scott.
Good evening, Colin. How are you doing? Good evening, John. How are you doing, guys?
Hey, Scott. Yeah, good. Thanks, mate.
Eight changes, Scott.
It's just as loud as it is, by the way. 8 changes. But Bruno said he needed a rest as well the other day, didn't he? He kind of mentioned that, hinted at them being tired after the Champions League match, so no surprise there. Good to see Ramsdale get a start. Let's see how he does in between the... because Pope's been outstanding recently, but just following on from the Willock thing there, he never came back from that injury very well, did he? Because after the takeover, he really responded well to Howe, and then when he went out, I can't remember what the injury was it his thigh or his groin or something? He never really came back to true form after that, did he? So I think that's why he's fighting for a place.
It's I think it's difficult when you've been out injured and you can't get back in the side, and I always reiterate, you need a run of games in the side. You need to play 5, 6, 7 games on the bounce to really get up to the pace of the Premier League. He hasn't been able to do that because he's come in and then he's been left out and one thing and another. But it's he needs more game time. Does Joe Willock? There's no doubt about that.
I hate to say it as well, but my least favourite referee. I've got a long list of least favourite referees, but he's definitely on there somewhere tonight, I hope. And then Tottenham are doing well, so we have to pull our socks up and come out fighting tonight, I think.
Look, I think it's an opportunity for us. I know Tottenham haven't made as many changes as we have, but I look at that Tottenham side and I look at the physicality of that Tottenham side, and there's not a great deal of physicality in it. I look at our midfield, I see physicality in there, I see strong running in there. I think Elanga on the right's got pace to burn. He hasn't really set the place alight since coming here from Forest, but it's another opportunity for him. Barnes, we know every time he comes off the bench he has a huge influence in games. He needs to start having influence on games right from the off, so it's an opportunity for him.
Just get him to run at goal, because if he gets tied up with two players, 9 times out of 10 only one of them cannot stay with him, and then the other one cannot get him off the ball, you know what I mean? So I think it's the strongest trait just to run at the 18-yard box and put them under pressure.
Look, I think if you look at that front three, you think that you can ask questions of this Spurs defence. They've got, I'm not too sure who's going to play centre back. I think whoever it is, it's not an out and out centre back. I mean, Polina probably will play in there, who's a midfield player. He's going to play centre back. So I think there's, even though they haven't made as many changes as us, I still think there's changes that Eddie Howe has made. It still makes it look a strong side. There's still a lot of quality in there. Tonali, Ramsey, Barnes, Voltamada. You've got Shar coming in, bringing Shar in, weakened. No, so it all looks good. So
no
fingers
VAR
crossed.
Am I thinking right? There's no VAR? I know I'm naysaying here. I'm just wondering. I've already ruled the referee out. I'm just hoping he doesn't have any company 300 miles away.
I think you're right. I don't think VAR comes into this competition till the semi-final. Why it comes in at all, I do not know.
Was that the next round? I think was that offside? It's not offside. That doesn't matter. Get on with it. Did he pull his shirt? No, he didn't pull his shirt. Get up and get on with it, and then everyone gets what's going on instead of sort of lulling and dwelling.
But I think you're right. I think VAR comes in the semi-final, which is. It's ridiculous, why bring it in at all? If you've got it, use it. If you're not going to use it, don't use it at all.
Gonna let you get yourself inside the stadium, Scott. Thank you for talking to us tonight.
Take it easy. Cheers, mate.
Enjoy the game. Thank you very much for your call. Just because you mentioned Fabian Schär there, he comes in for Sven Botman, who obviously took that head knock when Fulham scored their equaliser here at the weekend. He is on the bench, Sven Botman, so that's the absolute proof that there were no concussion symptoms at all. It is just, and he may well even have been fine to play. He's just one of those that's being rotated today. He must be fine to play, because you wouldn't leave him on the bench if he wasn't in a position to take part at some stage. I wanted to ask you, you were talking about the different players, Sando, that have an opportunity to shine tonight and what they can do, etc. It's different when you're a goalkeeper, because yes, okay, Spurs will have chances tonight. It's not like when Bradford were here for Aaron Ramsdale. It will be different, but it's much harder to
great strike.
Yes, it was
fabulous strike,
Andy Cook, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it is harder to shine, I think, as a goalkeeper. And also, it doesn't matter what he does tonight. Nick Pope plays on Sunday.
Yeah, I agree. I think Nick Pope is number one at this moment in time. There's no doubt about it. I think he's been outstanding this season.
So is that difficult mentality-wise for Aaron Ramsdale? He comes in tonight.
I think it's always been the same, though, Colin. I think as far as goalkeepers go, it's always been the same. You've always had a number one, and you've always had a backup goalkeeper. At this moment in time, Ramsdale is that backup goalkeeper, but he's got to be ready when called upon. I suppose you would say that goalkeepers are probably have to have a different mindset to outfield players, because they never know when they're going to be called upon. Where outfield players sometime is going to be used, whether on the bench they're going to be brought on, they're going to be used, so they know they're always going to get minutes somewhere along the line. Where goalkeepers it's a different scenario. The only way that you would substitute a goalkeeper is if he gets injured or if he gets sent off.
Yeah.
You know, so the mindset's got to be different. Well, mind you, goalkeepers' mindsets now for your players have always been different.
We're always being told that goalkeepers are a different breed.
They've always been a different breed. Totally.
Keep your text messages coming in as well throughout the game as well tonight. I'm going to come back to you, Marco, after we've done the sport headlines, and then I will let you go as well. 08000 321 333 for WhatsApp messages, 81333 for your text messages. Start them all with the letters BBC. It is 7:33.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We are, of course, building up to Newcastle United against Spurs. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff in the League Cup tonight. The Newcastle United team is Ramsdale in goal, Kraft, Chow, Sher and Byrne is the back four, Willock, Tonali and Ramsey the midfield three, Elanga and Barnes either side of Voltemada. That is 8 changes from the team that beat Fulham here at the weekend. 4 other League Cup ties tonight as well. Arsenal against Brighton, Liverpool against Crystal Palace, Swansea against Manchester City and Wolves against Chelsea. They all kick off at 7:45. The draw for the quarter-finals is made after this game has finished, sometime after 10:30 tonight. The Sunderland winger Shemsdean Talby says the players are like a family away from the pitch, and that has proved to be a big factor in the side's success on the pitch so far this season. Celtic will play for the first time under interim boss, and of course former Sunderland boss Martin O'Neill, when they host Falkirk tonight in the Scottish Premiership. In cricket, England women have suffered a very heavy 125-run defeat. They were very, very comfortably beaten by South Africa in their World Cup semi-final, and England's men have lost their one-day series in New Zealand as well. They were beaten by 5 wickets in Hamilton to go 2-0 down in the 3-match series. The MMA fighter Tom Aspinall says he still has no vision in his right eye 3 days after his heavyweight title defence at UFC 321 in Abu Dhabi. He was accidentally poked in both eyes when Cyril Gane launched a punch at him. The bout immediately stopped, ruled as a no contest. And in darts, world champion Luke Litter has missed tonight's Players' Championship 33 event in Wigan after getting stuck in traffic. The 18-year-old had to withdraw after missing this morning's 11 o'clock registration deadline. He posted on social media that he was going back to bed, and I don't think there was necessarily any link between those two things. He didn't play, Chris Dobie of Bedlington did, and won the whole thing, so he by 8 legs to 6 winning the Players' Championship in Wigan tonight. One more text message for you, Marco, and then I will let you go and we will focus on Newcastle United against Spurs. Ryan says, we were talking about the culture and the spirit earlier on. Ryan says, quite evident to see the togetherness, fight, courage, determination in the squad, and it's a joy to see. These players will fight till the end for each other and for us as supporters, says Ryan. That probably sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's that two-way street that we always like to talk about. The fans and the players, they feed off each other, and the support on Saturday at Chelsea was fantastic. The away support, and they've got lots to celebrate, lots to shout about. And I think also even if that result had gone against them with a late defeat, if it had been flipped, the coin had been reversed, I think the Sunderland fans would have still been proud of the performance of the players in that 90 minutes. So that's the standard that's been set.
Indeed. Marco, thank you for your time. Nice early little finish for you this evening. You'll be back tomorrow.
Have a good one. Speak to you later.
Thank you very much indeed. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, back with us from 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'm going to read you one more text message, John Anderson, and then I'll let you and Razor get on with your build-up. Stephen Bertley says, because Newcastle made 8 changes tonight, says, why don't we just put a strong team out from the off and get it one early and then rest players? I can see us going behind against a decent Spurs team and then having to chase the game, which is never easy.
No, but you've got to get game time. As I said earlier, some of these players need game time. We've got so many games in such a short space of time. You can't keep... It's like going to the mill all the time. You can't keep doing it. You can't ask players to keep doing it every 3 days. That's why you've got a squad. That's why he brought players in the summer, because he wanted a squad that was going to be able to compete. He wanted a stronger squad with more quality in there. He's got that. So there's no point in bringing these players in if you're not going to play them at some stage. And you always knew that you were going to need them players. as I say, was it 7 games in 21, 22 days? These players need game time.
Well, there is the answer to your question. Thank you for your text message. Keep the messages coming throughout the game tonight as well. If I can get to some of them at half-time, I will, but we will definitely get to them at full-time because we're on until 10:30 tonight. If it doesn't go to penalties, the game will be over by 10 o'clock, so plenty of time for you. You can give us a call after 10 o'clock as well, the same number, 0800 234 6565. But we will focus now on the build-up. We'll hear a bit more from Eddie Howe in the build-up to tonight's game as well. It is time for me to hand over, technically sort of hand over to John Anderson, but also specifically to Matthew Racebeck.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
David Attenborough has lent his support to the Wildlife Trust in their efforts to buy the Rothbury estates. Got us talking this morning. My wife, her unpopular opinion is she does not like David Attenborough. We've almost divorced over this, so I want your unpopular opinions. Tom, what's yours?
Anyone that drinks Guinness doesn't actually like it. They're just doing it because they think it's a personality trait.
Tom, you just think this about literally anything. It's because you've got a palate of like a 4-year-old that's not eating anything apart from yogurt and stuff that's been put in a blender. You probably think salt is spicy.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport Northeast.
The EFL Cup live at Wembley.
Kieran Trippier on the left, looking for Byrne again. Dan Burn! Would you believe it? Big Dan Burn with the biggest goal he will ever score. And the black and white end of Wembley erupts. Dan Burn with an historic header scores Newcastle United's first goal at Wembley Stadium for a quarter of a century. And just 2 days after he was called up by England for the first time, the boy from Blythe scores in the League Cup final. And maybe this time will be different. Liverpool 0, Newcastle United 1.
Great delivery, driven delivery, and he just powers it. What a header that is.
It's got to be about 12 yards out, and the goalkeeper's got no chance.
Livramento holds possession, gives it to Barnes, now back for Livramento's run, left-footed cross, hanging in the air, Murphy, Isak!
Oh, you beauty!
No doubt about this one.
Oh my!
Alexander Isak at Wembley, Newcastle United's main man.
How do you get Isak in the game?
Yes,
how do you get him into the game?
Isak has edged them closer to glory. This is turning into a dream afternoon under the Wembley arch for Newcastle United. Van Dijk's header, Joelinton's header, Wilson's ball. It's Newcastle United's day. Finally, this is the one. Newcastle United win at Wembley. Eddie Howe's heroes celebrate. They have done it. Newcastle United have won something, and this is what it feels like. Bruno Guimaraes will be presented with the League Cup trophy. He's going to share the duties with Kieran Trippier. Newcastle United. Wembley is a place for winners, and today it's Newcastle United.
Well, any excuse to relive last season's League Cup final, I'm sure you've done it many times over the last 7 or 8 months. Newcastle holders of this trophy in this competition in 4th round action tonight. It's the last 16, so it's the quarter-finals next, and the draw will be made after this game finishes. There are other League Cup ties tonight. They all start in about 5 minutes. Newcastle United against Tottenham Hotspur is an 8 o'clock kickoff, live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle. And you can also listen to our commentary through the BBC Sounds app, so you can get the black and white angle right there. If you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle, and you'll be able to hear the commentary from St James's Park. And we're also on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra tonight as well, so a real choice of listening for the Newcastle United perspective on this League Cup tie. and Tottenham Hotspur, their opponents. Unbeaten away from home under new manager Thomas Frank, who's made a strong start at Spurs. They currently sit in the Premier League table in third position, 5 points ahead of Newcastle, and after their success in the Europa League last season will no doubt be fancying a bit more silverware, just like United are and Eddie Howe is. And there are 8 changes to the team tonight, but it's still a strong looking side. Such is the depth of quality available to him, even with injuries to Wissa, Livramento and Hall. This is how Newcastle look. Ramsdale in goal, making his second appearance. The other was in the last round of the League Cup. Same situation for Emil Kraft this season. 2 Newcastle appearances, both of them starts in the League Cup. He's in tonight at right back. Fabian Schär comes back in, his first start since he got the head injury against Barcelona. Malik Chow and Dan Burn complete the back 4. Jacob Ramsey returns in an entirely new midfield from the one that started against Fulham. Sandro Tonali plays, as does Joe Willock, only his second start of the campaign. The other was at Bournemouth in the Premier League last month. And the front 3, Elanga on the right, Barnes on the left, and Voltemada plays in attack again. So no rest for the big German from the start, maybe because William Osula is carrying an ankle injury. But that is the Newcastle team. So Chow, Byrne and Voltemada are the players that keep their spots in the side from Saturday. The 8 who drop out are all on the bench, along with Osula, and those 8 are Pope, Trippier, Botman, Joelinton, Gordon, Murphy, Bruno and Miley. And here's a look at the Spurs team tonight. 4 changes, including the goalkeeper, who is Antonin Kinski, a signing in January, who played for a spell last season when the regular number 1, Guillermo Vicario, was injured. Vicario's fit again, but doesn't feature tonight. He's not in the squad, so Kinski comes in, the Czech under-21 international. Back 4 of Pedro Porro, Kevin Danso, midfielder João Palhinha. He's going to drop back into defence, we think. He's played there before for Spurs and for Bayern Munich, the club he's on loan from, but you may remember him from Fulham in the Premier League a few seasons ago. He was very, very good for Fulham in midfield. And Jed Spence, the England international, at left back. In midfield, Rodrigo Bentancur and Pape Sarr. Brennan Johnson and Xavi Simons in the wide positions. Lucas Bergvall probably playing just behind Richarlison, who is up front. So Kinski for Vicario, Richarlison for Randal Kolo Muani, Bergvall for Mickey van der Ven, and Sarr for Mohamed Kudus are 4 Tottenham Hotspur changes. And their bench, Brandon Austin and Luca Gunter, 2 goalkeepers, Mathis Tell, Mohamed Kudus, Mickey van der Ven, Randal Kolo Muani, the 3 outfield players who drop out of the team, all substitutes, and 3 youngsters, Dane Scarlett, Callum Olusesi and James Rosewell. So John Anderson, 8 changes, 1 more than he made for Bradford in the last round, but it still looks strong, and obviously so does the bench.
Yeah, most definitely. The changes have been made, but even so, it still looks a strong side. And I was just saying to Colin earlier on, Razor, you know, even though Spurs have made less, 3 changes, I just don't think Spurs have got the physicality that we've got, especially in midfield. You know, so this is something me and you have spoke about, you know, the amount of games that we've got in such a short space of time. There was always going to be a period where he was going to need these players. He was going to have to get game time into certain players. You know, Emil Kraft, who hasn't played for such a long time, needs game time because you don't know when you're going to need him, when he's going to be called upon. I have to say, the one that surprised me is Joe Willock. I didn't see Joe Willock coming in. But he's another one who needs game time. He needs games in his legs. I suppose Asul is probably the one after his 10-12 minute cameo at the weekend. A lot of people were shouting for him to start, but he's carrying a bit of a knock, we're led to believe. But look, it's still a very, very strong side. Good to see Ramsey in. Big admirer of Ramsey. I just think a big, strong, good athlete, gives us something a little bit different in there, and obviously good to have Tonali back, because Tonali's just the all-round player, isn't he? He does everything so well.
BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds at St James's Park ahead of the League Cup 4th round action. Newcastle against Spurs, 10 minutes away from the match getting started, and this competition is special now, isn't it? For a long time the Cups were not considered a priority by the club. They are strong enough now to compete in both the league and domestic cups, and also in Europe this season. But given what they've managed to do in the League Cup in recent years, a competition that until March they'd never won before, it really has given it something. There's a lot of meaning attached now to the League Cup, to Newcastle, and I think to the supporters who have enjoyed so much the trips to Wembley, and even the run a couple of years ago, although it ended painfully at Chelsea. They were looking good that season, so they've gone far, haven't they, Ando, in this competition? And that's why it means a lot.
I'm not belittling this competition at all, but I think it means more to this football club than it does to an awful lot of other football clubs. I think all you have to do is look at the sides that are playing tonight, and you look at the players that they put in. Arsenal have made wholesale changes. I think Liverpool have made 10 changes. I think they've left so many of their big players out. Due to the way they're going, maybe once they brought in and do better for them. So yeah, look, it's been kind to us, it's been good to us, but it's been good to us because we've been taking it seriously. We've been playing strong sides and putting strong sides out in every round of the competition, where other teams have been putting lesser sides out. And as I say, all you've got to do is look at some of the sides that have been put out by so-called bigger sides tonight.
Referee this evening is Chris Kavanagh, who's from Lancashire. He was in charge of the home win over Wolves last month. There's no VAR in the League Cup at this stage. It comes in at the semi-finals, always as a matter of course now, and then obviously you have it at Wembley in the final as well. The date of the final is the weekend of the North East derby against Sunderland here at St James's Park. Now Sunderland are out of the League Cup. I wonder whether that match will have to move, whether Newcastle will get that far again, but it's on the 22nd of March, a return to Wembley potentially for Newcastle United. If they can get through, then they'd have 2 more rounds to navigate, with the quarter-finals next, played in December, and then the semi-finals over 2 legs early in the new year. But they've got to get there first by getting past Tottenham Hotspur. Good record against Spurs at home, haven't they? Won the last 3, and obviously there were 2 big wins in there, a 4-0, but most memorably of all, that 6-1 when they were 5-0 up after 20 minutes. Are Spurs, do you think, you've always described them, Ando, as having a soft centre. Do you think that's changing under Thomas Frank? It's still early days, so maybe it's too soon to make that kind of judgment.
I look at it. All you've got to do is look at their away form. Their away form under Thomas Frank is incredible. I think they've only won 2 home games. So that, I suppose, I still think they've got a soft centre. I still think when the going gets tough, there's too many go missing in that Spurs side. And as I said earlier, from a physicality point of view, I just think we've got more physicality in our side than what they've got.
Both clubs before kick-off will be paying their respects to the armed forces ahead of Armistice Day. This is Newcastle's closest domestic fixture to Remembrance Day beforehand. So there will be the playing of the last post and a period of silence before the match begins. 8 changes tonight. Ramsdale, Kraft, Cher, Chow and Byrne at the back. Ramsey, Tonali, Willock in midfield. Elanga, Barnes and Voltemada. That is the Newcastle United starting 11 for the 4th round tie in the League Cup. Winners last season, runners-up 2 years ago, and a quarter-final appearance sandwiched in between those. Under Eddie Howe, they tend to go far in this competition.
A lot of great experiences this competition for us. As you say, the final was an amazing thing. Still remember vivid memories from that day before the game, and then obviously the emotions after the game were mainly negative, because I felt we left a little bit on the pitch that day. Yeah, the Chelsea defeat was still painful for me, because I felt we had a real chance to win that competition that year, but we put it right and did really well last year. A lot of challenging games. I mean, you look back at our fixture list to get to the final, I always say this, it wasn't by luck that we won that competition. We had to beat Chelsea in the early rounds, and that was a tough game, and so on, and of course Arsenal in the semi-final. So yeah, a lot of great experiences for us, which I think's helped us as a team, helped us grow.
And no less important to you this season, even though you have Champions League football as well, but what's it like going between 3 different competitions, Europe, back to the Premier League, and now returning to the League Cup?
I have to say we're really enjoying it. I love the different focuses that those competitions bring, the different challenges. Really love this competition, as I said earlier. So I think it's love preparing football matches and love the experience of managing. So from my perspective, it's fine. From the players' perspective, I think they feel the same way. I think they've got in a good groove and rhythm of knowing that this season is just going to be about playing, then resting, and then preparing again for the next game. Very limited training. The different focuses, I think, is a good thing, and we want to stay in as many competitions as we can.
Total Sport Northeast.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The teams are in the tunnel, and they will make their way onto the St James's Park pitch in just a moment. Lots of individual black and white flags flying high. The League Cup yellow and green ball lifted off a plinth by referee Chris Kavanagh, and Dan Byrne leads out Newcastle United with Pedro Porro, the Spurs skipper tonight. They've got lots of injuries. Players missing. Maddison, who got injured against Newcastle in pre-season out in Asia when they met in the summer. Bissouma, Davies, Dragusin, Kulusevski, Nohu Doggy, Captain Romero, Solanke missing. So Tottenham Hotspur with quite a lot of injured senior players, 3 academy boys and 2 goalkeepers on the bench tonight. Newcastle black and white stripes, black shorts and black socks, Ramsdale in light blue, and Spurs wearing a change kit, luminous yellow, with goalkeeper Kinski in orange, and handshakes between the players and the 2 sets of officials. Tottenham Hotspur with Antonin Kinski in goal, Pedro Porro, Kevin Danso, João Palhinha, Jed Spence, Rodrigo Bentancur, Pape Sarr, who was subbed off after 23 minutes, 5-0 down in that 6-1 win for Newcastle a couple of years ago. He was the one that kind of took the fall for Tottenham in terms of that performance when they had to change something, and they did. And at least for their point of view, there was only one more goal that went in against them in the second half from Callum Wilson.
It was an incredible 20 minutes, wasn't it? I mean, talk about a deck of cards falling apart. Spurs in that 20 minutes just totally dissolved. You know, they fell apart. They were everywhere. And it just could have been so much more. I mean, to be 5-0 up inside the space of 20 minutes, we just wondered what we were watching, to be quite honest.
It's an afternoon at St James's Park that will always be remembered. Rest of the Spurs team: Johnson, Bergvall, Simmons and Richarlison. They've made 4 changes. Newcastle have made 8. Ramsdale in goal, Kraft, Cher, Chow, Byrne.
Ramsey, Tanali, Willock, Elanga, Barnes, Baltamada. Bench tonight, Pope, Trippier, Botman, Joelinton, Gordon, Osula, Murphy, Bruno and Miley. And the Spurs bench, Austin and Gunter, the goalkeepers, Tell, Kudus, Van de Ven, Kola Muani, Scarlett, Olusesi and Rosewell. Coin toss between the two captains, and the players make their way to the centre circle. And war flags display on the far side at the east stand. Tyneside remembers with a poppy either side of those two words on a black banner. And now both clubs will pay their respects to the armed forces ahead of Armistice Day. They're going to be joined on the pitch by members of the forces. There'll be a minute's silence and the last post will be played shortly. Service personnel from RAF Bulmer in Northumberland, HMS Calliope in Gateshead and Regiment of the Royal Fusiliers in Newcastle are all present here at St James's Park.
Boys and girls, if I could have your kind attention please. Every year, Newcastle United pays its respects to the armed forces and service personnel, and we are joined by personnel from the armed forces, Royal Navy and RAF for tonight's game. We would like to invite you to join us in observing a period of silence to remember the service and sacrifice of all those that have served our country and defended our freedoms. The last post will now be played before a period of silence, which will end with the referee's whistle.
Well, there was due to be a period of silence, but St James's Park, with applause, paying respects to the armed forces after the last post. And now the members of the Army, the Royal Navy and the RAF make their way off the pitch, each carrying a wreath. And the players huddle together and get ready for action. Newcastle United against Tottenham Hotspur for a place in the quarter-finals of the League Cup, the Carabao Cup. They're going to shoot up the hill. Bruno's been winning the toss this season. Dan Burns, captain tonight, has done likewise. So kicking to the left as we look, that's up to the Leazes end. And the ball is at the feet of Xavi Simons for Tottenham Hotspur, two clubs that last year ended their long waits for silverware. Newcastle, it was a little bit longer than Spurs, who'd gone 17 seasons without a trophy, ending that by winning the Europa League against Man United. And Newcastle, just the 56 years from the Fairs Cup, but looking to build, chasing more success, and we're underway. BBC Radio Newcastle, the Newcastle United website and app, and on BBC Sounds. And if you have a smart speaker, you can listen to us there. Ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Throw in for Tottenham Hotspur on the near side. Back it goes to João Palhinha dropping in at centre-back tonight. Forwards from goalkeeper Kinski into midfield to Rodrigo Bentancur. Back it goes to the keeper from João Palhinha, who's got it again in the penalty box. Voltemada closing down, and the Portuguese goes forwards, lifts it onto the right boot of Richarlison, just inside the Newcastle half. Nice layoff to Pape Sarr, and an attack up the left wing through the Dutch international Simons. Back into midfield to Bentancur. Newcastle, everybody behind the ball. Eddie Howe up off the bench quickly. He's moving players into different position as they keep their shape. And Spurs try and play it in behind Burn for Brennan Johnson. Aaron Ramsdale's come out to the side of the area and just watched that one go behind. Had it covered well and reacted quickly. Goal kick.
Yeah, just too much pace on the ball, wasn't it? It was a flat ball. Johnson against Bourne could be interesting.
He's had a few recently, Burn, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, and he's got through them all well.
At the weekend. Long goal kick, and Voltemada's got it and wins a free kick about 35 yards out, slightly right of centre. Barnes was making a big run in behind Kevin Danso, the Spurs centre half. Didn't get it, was headed down, Voltemada collected and was bundled over. 3rd minute of the match, and discussions over the free kick. Tonali, Cher and Burn, and the latter two walk away, and now Sandro Tonali with his hands on hips gets ready to take it. They've got Elanga, who has stretched the play and gone out wide right, close to the touchline, could receive it into feet. Tonali does exactly that, and Elanga takes a couple of touches, runs at his man, tries to deliver the cross,
throw in,
gets a throw next to the corner flag, far right hand side.
Yeah, long throw. Kraft's gone across. Well, he's there to take this. Not too sure he can get a lot of distance on it.
No long throw this time, and Spurs have won it back and then clear. Tonali collects, flicks it inside to Cher, gives it straight back to the Italian, and Jacob Ramsey up the line. Here's Emil Kraft again, trying to play the ball on the diagonal for Elanga's run. Out of play, and a throw taken already by Newcastle. Ramsey back to Malik Chow, and here's Dan Burn with Barnes just up the line. That's where it goes. Barnes takes it around Pedro Porro, who trips him. Whistle's gone from Chris Kavanagh. Free kick on the left wing.
Yeah, dangerous position as well. Big boys going forward again. Tonali's coming across to this near side to whip it in.
About in line with the edge of the penalty box. Second free kick, this one out wide. Last one was in midfield. Kraft has stayed back. Spurs have everybody in the box, or in the case of Simons, on the edge of it. And the Newcastle bodies are at the back of the penalty area. Now they make the move as Tonali lifts it in. Chow's header, near post blocked. Here's Elanga and Joe Willock to strike. Blocked in the middle by Tottenham. Elanga's got it again. Challenge comes in. Elanga looks at the referee, but nothing given, and cleared out for a throw, which is put back in by Kraft. And now with Sandro Tonali. That was a good ball in to the back post.
Good ball.
Chow up to Burn in the Tottenham half. Barnes looks for Burn again, and they've lost it between them, and Brennan Johnson on his way forwards, held up by Willock just inside the Newcastle half. Back it goes to João Palhinha, and they've gone over to the far side. They've switched the play. Danso to Spence, back to Danso, and gives it to the goalkeeper. Willock pushing up. Voltemada goes to close down. Kinski clips it towards halfway. Burn, it's clipped him on the back. He's then made a challenge on Simons, and then on Johnson, collected by Bentancur in the middle. Simons just keeps it in. The tidiest bit of control, but Spurs still have it on the near touchline. And the Dutch winger's got it again. He switched it, but it's behind Spence, who can't keep it in. Newcastle throw in the attacking half, 0-0 after 6 minutes.
Poor ball, wasn't it?
Big away following tonight, 4,900 here. The top of the Leazes end and around the corner. Same allocation that Bradford received in the last round. Cher with one of his trademark diagonal balls, typically accurate onto the right boot of Barnes. Nice pass inside, middle of midfield. Tonali in behind, looking for Willock. Lifted away just in the nick of time by Danso, edge of the area. Spence facing his own goal. Plays it inside and Kinski clears. Cher puts a big header on it into midfield. Bentancur nods on, laid off by Richarlison on halfway. And Lucas Bergvall for Tottenham Hotspur. Back to João Paulinho, whipped around the corner towards Brennan Johnson. And his first touch wasn't enough to keep it in. Dan Burn with a throw onto the thigh of Chow, who's come near side. Chow is left centre back, Cher is right centre back tonight. With Newcastle looking a bit different, not just in defence actually, but all over the pitch with 8 changes. Here's Elanga, one of them, to another, Willock. Big night for Joe Willock, isn't it, John?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he hasn't seen a great deal of game tonight.
Oh, now here's Jacob Ramsey, found by Burn, edge of the area. Ramsey still going. Big block in the middle of the penalty area. That was lovely play. One ball up to Burn, lay off to Ramsey. Took it around 2 or 3 in Spurs yellow. And then when he released the shot, there was a defender in the way. But Newcastle's best opportunity so far for the opening goal.
Yeah, it was a great little take. Great ball down Bourne. Ball played into him. What he's doing up there I do not know. Just plays a great little ball into Ramsey, who gets it out of his feet, sticks a defender on his backside, but shot's blocked.
Throw on the far side for the visitors. Now they come over halfway and it's run nicely for Richarlison from Spence. Richarlison into the penalty area. Malik Chow across, makes a big block and then engages with the fans at the front of the Gallagher end. He enjoyed that one, had to get there, and he did.
Yeah, good block. Richarlison just busts into that space, doesn't he? Gets across, goes to ground, big block.
Throwing to defend on the left wing from Spurs. Harvey Barnes has stayed up on halfway. Jed Spence has gone back with him. The goalkeeper Kinski's on the centre spot as the ball is lifted into the near post and behind for a goal kick despite appeals from players in yellow. It's gone the black and white way. And now United push up. Jason Tyndall having a conversation with Harvey Barnes on the near side. I always think it's worth a player staying up on halfway, sometimes 2. Obviously, yeah. Your opponents then have to keep somebody back, don't they? At least one.
Yeah, there was a game here a few years ago where Chelsea left, was it 2 up to force you to leave 3 back.
Mm-hmm. Ramsey's won it in midfield and been tripped. So the whistle's gone. Brennan Johnson committed the foul. Europa League final goal scorer. Tonali's taken the free kick too quickly. It's left of the centre circle, just behind halfway. Referee Kavanagh is happy now. And we're underway again on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Chow having a look left, goes back right to Cher, 0-0. Long sleeves tonight for Fabian Cher, up to Emil Kraft on the far touchline, back to Cher. We'll take a look at the other League Cup ties shortly. They all kicked off at 7:45. This one was at 8. Fabian Cher on halfway again. Baltamares come into midfield, deep in possession, holds off Bentancur, finds Kraft, gets it again from The Swede exchanges passes with Tonali. Now Chow along halfway to Byrne, up to Ramsey, left side of central midfield, back to the big man. Still got his left wrist strapped, Dan Byrne, after that broken bone in his hand from, it was the Arsenal game, wasn't it? Or was it? No, it was Forest just before the international break. Here's Elanga linking up with Tonali, and now Voltemade, a nice flick, and he's got Barnes in! Oh, side netting! It's more beautiful football from Newcastle, a flowing move, and Voltemade, terrific skill, and the pass for Barnes, who came onto it with his right on the left and just clipped the side netting. Would have been some goal.
I think he's trying to go across the keeper there, and he gets it wrong. Seems to come off his heel. I think he's trying to place that in that far corner, and he gets that wrong.
Spurs goal kick. Byrne gives Schär a shout and heads clear from behind him. Kraft takes it under control, drops his shoulder, gets away from Bergvall. Inside to Tonali, on to Willock, who tries to skip away from his man, but is tackled by another. Voltemade slides in, can't win it. Bergvall to Richarlison. And Lucas Bergvall's done really well. The blonde-haired midfielder for Spurs, 19-year-old, finds Pedro Porro, a diagonal ping, but Aaron Ramsdale gathers. Richarlison was never getting there. 0-0 here. Also goalless, Arsenal-Brighton and Liverpool versus Crystal Palace. Swansea 1-0 up on Manchester City. Swansea of the Championship beating City, and it's Wolves 0, Chelsea 2. Andre Santos and Tariq George for Chelsea. Dan Byrne wants the diagonal from Fabian Schär. He looks for him. Byrne on his chest, well taken, under control. Holding off Johnson. Heading for the goal line. Delivers the cross. Dan Byrne. Important defending from Spence just in front of Willock at the back post. Eddie Howe says that when Byrne plays left back, he doesn't play it like a traditional standard left back. I mean, he's spent more time at the edge of the box or in wide left position tonight so far. Here's Elanga wide right, heads for the line. Goal kick though. Challenge made by Spence.
Good defending,
last touch
wasn't
from
it?
Elanga.
Yeah, good defending. Great ball in by Bourne ahead of that though. Got down that left side and he's just, that long leg just whipped it in there. Into a great area.
Fabian Schär pushes Richarlison in the back, so he claims. Nothing given. Chow behind him. Plenty of time and room. And we'll let you know if there are any more goals in the other ties after the Swansea lead over Man City and the 2 for Chelsea at Wolves. BBC Radio Newcastle. This is Joe Willock. Back to Schär, up to Kraft in the attacking half now. Newcastle, who've come close through Barnes, and Willock tries to pick him out here. Another diagonal ball. Barnes has to climb, headed into the box, and Porro nods it into the hands of his goalkeeper.
It's been a bright start. Good intent about it.
Kinski to Richarlison in the centre circle. He's taken that down well, and Thomas Frank, the Tottenham manager, applauds his goalkeeper for the distribution as Xavi Simons plays it to Brennan Johnson. He sliced his cross behind at the near side.
Yeah, the least you say about that the better, I suppose.
Thomas Frank, the manager, brought Brentford here in the quarter-finals last season. Newcastle won comfortably that night to set up the semi-final tie with Arsenal. The compensation Spurs paid Brentford to get him reported to be 10 million, which feels like a lot, but then you think of how important it is to have the right manager and what players go for. I'm sure it'll be money well spent. Started well at Tottenham. Here in Newcastle through Ramsey. That's a foul on João Palhinha as he tried to collect the return ball from Harvey Barnes just past halfway. And the whistle's gone in favour of a Tottenham Hotspur free kick in the 16th minute. João Palhinha to Bentancur, just behind the centre circle. No goals yet
Here's Spence. Comes inside from the left touchline. A pass for Bentancur over to Pedro Porro. Can't go forwards. Then plays it 5 yards ahead of him into central midfield to Bentancur, who's been dispossessed by Newcastle, and Willock to Elanga, and they're on the way, and Tonali played in. Sandro Tonali in the penalty area on the outside. Corner kick. João Palhinha, the midfielder, playing at centre back with more important defending. Great run from Tonali to get on the end of the pass, and then kept going and wins United this corner on the far side.
Yeah, Bentancur just gets dispossessed in the middle of the park, and then he had runners left and right. Real strong run into an advanced area by Tonali.
Really lifted things for them when he came on Saturday. Sandro Tonali just after the hour mark following illness. Back in tonight. And he is going to take the corner. Baltamada and Byrne near the penalty spot. Now they move. Ball comes in. Barnes climbs, headed away. Kraft challenges for it with Simmons, edge of the area. It's going to go for a United throw. 30 yards out. Byrne picks it up. Near side. Immediately back into play to the feet of Malik Chow. Fabian Schär, great whip on that ball, wide right to Elanga. Could have put it in early, doesn't. Plays it instead to Willock. Now it goes back out wide to Kraft, who has a touch and delivers, but it's onto the head of Danso. Kraft on his chest, and then he tries to tease one in towards Willock. A couple of Spurs headers, and Richarlison away. Chow with a header. Schär chests it down and then gives himself a bit of time. Decides to play it back to Aaron Ramsdale. Nothing silly. Ramsdale in behind Pedro Porro looking for Barnes. Porro got his header away. Johnson lifts it up high into the still night air here at St James's Park. Simmons being pulled by Chow and tripped by Ramsey. Free kick given by Chris Kavanagh.
Good strength.
Porro with the free kick. Thomas Frank very animated in his navy coat tonight. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall both out there for Newcastle. Lots going on in the two technical areas. Here's the free kick, lifted towards Johnson, but straight onto the head of Byrne. Ramsey wins Newcastle a throw close to the bench. It's a strange ball that for Johnson.
Poor ball, wasn't it?
Dan Burns there.
Yeah, poor ball.
Ready to head clear. He's going to take the throw. Goes long. Baltamada. João Palhinha at his back. It's bounced up and over the head of Baltamada. And away by Spurs. Tonali's got it with a header on for the big German. And Baltamada carries and flicks it out wide left for Barnes. Sends in a cross, which is met by Sarr. And comes back out to Dan Burn here. Infield it goes. Malik Chow. Square to Schär, just in front of the centre circle. He's not tempted by the opportunity to shoot. And it's Elanga with the ball inside, but it's a misplaced pass. And Willock's had to make a challenge to put it behind for a goal kick. And Willock asks the question of Elanga why that ball wasn't more accurate.
Just knocked it blind, didn't he? Just seemed to knock it blind.
0-0 tonight. They beat Chelsea at this stage last season. 2-0 at St James's, a couple of first half goals. Spurs were in the other semi-final last year against Liverpool, won the home leg, then got battered at Anfield 4-0. So 4-1 on aggregate. Imagine if those two had played each other at Wembley with both really craving a trophy. They both won one in the end. The tension would have been unbearable in the final. Anyway, it worked out well for each club, didn't it? Johnson caught late in a challenge. Referee says play on. Tottenham have got the ball. It's Pedro Porro here. And back to João Palhinha. Square to Sarr, who's dropped into defence. Ramsey and Tonali all over Bentancur. Sarr has to get it from the Uruguayan, give it back to the goalkeeper. Long ball forwards. Dan Burn beats Richarlison in the air, but it's come straight onto the chest of Brennan Johnson, looking to run at Burn up the near side. Stops, then delivers across, Fabian Schär volleys it out. Throw for Tottenham Hotspur, 30 yards from Newcastle's goal on the near side.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Tottenham as an attacking force, have we? They've got plenty of yellow shirts behind the ball, defending deep.
It's out again, a bit further back, still on this near side of the pitch. Pedro Porro with the captain's armband throws the ball to the feet of Bentancur. João Palhinha to Danso, right centre back to left centre back. Sarr all the way back to goalkeeper Kinski. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Schär wins it, sends it forwards, offside anyway against Richarlison. The assistant Dan Cook on the near side flagging. It's Richard West on the far side, and Dean Whitestone is the fourth official tonight. Chris Kavanagh referee. Chow takes the free kick. Schär gets it and then returns it to Malik Chow, who walks it towards the halfway line. Nothing available. Back inside and over to the right to Schär. It's at walking pace at the moment. Spurs sitting in, Newcastle with possession. Dan Burn's gone on one of those runs, been allowed to roam. He's in between two defenders at the minute, probably the furthest player forwards actually. Still with Schär just behind halfway, looking for Kraft, wide on the right. Good header down for Elanga, who takes it on his chest, lifts it away and over Bergvall to Willock, and now Tonali out wide again to Elanga, 30 yards from the goal. Kraft on for the run of Elanga, crosses to the near post, and Kinski was coming, but Danso decided to act and put it behind for a corner.
Yeah, it's keeper's ball all day, isn't it? No communication.
Build-up play was decent, it was nice enough. And Elanga leaves the corner for Tonali, but he's available just back down the line if he wants to play short. It won't be taken yet because Jed Spencer's boot has come off, his right boot. And he's now putting it back on and tying his laces. No goals yet in this League Cup tie on BBC Radio Newcastle. And now Spencer's ready. Tonali delivers the corner, header from Fabian Schär. Back in the team tonight from the start, and Fabian Schär connects with a Sandro Tonali corner at the Leazer's end. Down into the ground and into the back of the net. 24th minute, Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Well, straightforward again, isn't it? Don't complicate it, just stick it into an area for people to go and attack. It's exactly what they've done. Schär gets there. Great header. Great header. Just play it into an area with the height that you've got and let people go and attack it. It's exactly what's happened. He sticks it in the corner. Spurs aren't happy because they're saying the corner was taken too quickly because Spence wasn't ready, but hey, shouldn't be tying his bootlaces. Should have tied him before the game.
Well, they gave him long enough to get sorted, didn't they? Yellow card for Richarlison for dissent. Not the first time that's happened. And Chris Kavanagh just makes a note of his name. There's no VAR. Thomas Frank, the Spurs boss, known for being one of the more amiable and well-mannered managers, has gone to the fourth official and was going mad there. He has escaped punishment. Spurs have kicked off. Newcastle in the lead by a goal to nil. It's a decision they're not happy with, but if it stands in terms of the decision from the on-pitch officials, it can't be overturned at this stage of the League Cup with no VAR. Spence into the attack and Bergvall wide left. And all the way to João Palhinha at the centre circle. He's having to defend here following the kick-off. Spence tackled by Elanga, and out it goes, about 15 yards from the Newcastle goal. A long throw about to come in. There's been some goals elsewhere, which I'll tell you about in a moment after this throw's been taken. And Harvey Barnes has stayed up again, and Tottenham are having a discussion about what to do. Spence is still complaining to the referee about the situation with his boot.
No, he's complaining because Elanga kicked the ball back onto the pitch. And he left it there.
Well spotted. I didn't see that. Well, Barnes has stayed up. Spence has gone close to him. Throw comes in. Elanga heads away. It's into the middle of the half, so not able to get Harvey Barnes in, which is a bit of a shame. Although that would be a good foot race, wouldn't it? Spence versus Barnes. He's very quick, the defender. Header on there from the long ball forwards, from Sarr into the hands of Ramsdale, and he goes quickly. Look at that distribution from Aaron Ramsdale. Willock on the chase. João Palhinha's come across. Willock's got his body in between man and ball. Heads for the corner. Gets away. Great work by Willock. Now the cross. Oh, Barnes and Ramsey can't get on the end of it. Byrne now for Barnes again. Nice turn, Harvey Barnes in the penalty area. Back to Byrne. Hoists it up, but into the grateful arms of Kinski. Well played, Joe Willock.
Great ball, wasn't it, Ramsdale? Willock did well, did very well, strong.
Ball is on the floor in the Tottenham Hotspur box. It goes square to the right. João Palhinha long. Richarlison nudged over by Cher. And a free kick is awarded to the visitors. Spurs are 3-0 up at Wolves now.
Chelsea, you mean?
Chelsea, sorry. Too many London teams playing tonight. Crystal Palace, through Ismail Assar, are 1-0 up at Anfield against Liverpool. And Jeremy Doku has equalised for Manchester City. Now Swansea 1, Man City 1. Still goalless between Arsenal and Brighton. 1-0 here to Newcastle United. 29th minute. Kinski outside of his penalty area receives the ball. Bentancur inside to João Palhinha. Flick on by Simmons. Chow stabs it away, but it comes to a yellow shirt. Ball over the top. Ramsdale comes, chests it. He's in midfield, Ramsdale, but he stretches and lifts it out of play. Took it under control and
great starting position from the goalkeeper.
Got rid of the danger. And that's, apart from anything else, where he differs to Nick Pope, because Ramsdale likes to play that game, doesn't he? Pope doesn't.
He's
really
very comfortable with his feet, isn't he?
Simmons back to Kinski. Short passes from Spurs in their penalty box. Brennan Johnson out of play on the near side. How well do you feel they've performed so far, John Anderson?
Yeah, they played well. They've got a desire, closing Spurs down, giving them no time, no space whatsoever. Playing that high pressing game.
Hasn't been too much threat at the other end either, has there? Yet.
Very little. Well, I'm saying very little, none at all.
Chow to Ramsey, out to Byrne, behind Barnes, and it's gone for a throw. Pedro Porro just behind the halfway line. To Pape Sarr, came on and got a late third goal at Everton in the win on Sunday. Another impressive result away from home. Xavi Simons here, wearing number 7 on the charge. He's carried it well and moved it to Spence, left corner of the box. In it comes. Ooh, just too high for Bergwall, who made a run, drifted into the middle. No one went with him. And Newcastle United goal kick. That was good break by Tottenham Hotspur, but it remains 1-0 through the Fabian Schär header, and it's now 2-0 to Crystal Palace against Liverpool at Anfield.
Yeah, Liverpool made 10 changes.
No Isak again. He'll still be injured.
There's none of them. No Van Dijk, no...
Freddie Woodman's in goal. Former Newcastle goalkeeper. Looking for Dan Burn from the goal kick. Inside it comes. Voltemada helps it round the corner. Elanga goes after it, but Kinski gathers out at the left side of the penalty box, the outer edge of the box, but fortunately for his team, didn't get into trouble, didn't get too close to the line. He's giving it to João Palhinha, can't really get away from Voltemada, has to turn and go back to the keeper, who chips it out to the left. Danso turns, he can't go forwards either. Newcastle with that squeeze. It's a good ball inside from Rodrigo Bentancur, and now whipped up to Bergvall, and on the near side Pedro Porro clipped to the edge of the area. Brennan Johnson's header, looking for Bergvall, and then the cross. Richarlison's missed it. Dan Burn in the middle tried to flick it away, couldn't connect, and Richarlison coming in back post, got nothing on it either. Newcastle win it back in the corner, and now they're on the break, and it's carried forwards up to halfway by Willock, and Elanga in behind. Anthony Elanga with the pace to get there before Danso, who drags him down. 15 yards out on the right, free kick awarded. Lucas Bergvall again drifting into good position in the box. He played it over, no one able in black and white or yellow to get anything on it, and then they broke. Willock for Elanga, and he's won them this free kick.
Yeah. Good break. I mean, when you've got that type of pace, it's scary.
I think there was a yellow card there for Danso, wasn't there? For the there was a yellow card for.
It's for Palhinha, wasn't it?
Thank you. I knew it was for somebody, just couldn't see who. So Spurs player, another one in the book, along with Richarlison. And the last set piece led to the opening goal from Tonali's boot onto the head of Cher. 34th minute now. Here comes this free kick. Burn, Cher, Voltemada, Chow at the back of the box, being closely watched. Tonali's delivery, Kinski claims, just picks it out of the sky. And then an overarm throw, a big one. A bit like Nick Pope against Benfica last week for Bergvall. Kraft's come across to slow him down. Dan Burn and Kraft make challenges, and they come away with the ball, and Emil Kraft looking for Harvey Barnes is intercepted, and he apologises.
That was unbelievable. The boys made a 60-yard run, and nobody in a yellow shirt busts a gut to get up there with him. He started behind Brennan Johnson, and he ended up 15-20 yards ahead of him.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Jed Spence away from Willock on the far side, back to the edge of the area. Siemens, Bentancur to Bergvall in the box, and Brennan Johnson to the far post, and Richarlison slides in and can't get there again. Well, Lucas Bergvall is having an increasingly important role in the Tottenham Hotspur play, and involved again, linking it up, finding Johnson. It's a teasing ball to the far post along the floor. Richarlison sliding in, didn't really get close.
He was a million miles away from it. Warren signed up.
There's been a couple of those. It remains 1-0 to United. Ramsdale, long ball. Dan Burn again in the forward line, trying to head it on, and he does. Danso's there in the middle. Tonali with a header from midfield. Bentancur back to the goalkeeper. And Danso, left side of the penalty box, drops his shoulder, spins away from
did
Elanga.
well, didn't he?
The defender, he was on loan from Lens in France in January, signed him permanently in the summer. 21 million. Kraft and Tonali for Newcastle have got the ball back on the far side, and Fabian Schär. Now it's Chow, a rare misplaced pass that is uncharacteristic from the German defender, and Spence with a burst, and Simmons fancies the shot. Joe Willock dispossessed him, Great desire from Willock, and he's overrun it and taken it out of play. But importantly, when there was danger, he put a stop to it. And he's had a couple of good moments tonight, Joe Willock, in what is a rare start for him.
Yeah, it was good intervention, wasn't it? And then he's unlucky. Just gets too much on it.
Ball's in the Newcastle half. Sarr for Spurs. Near to the left touchline. Back to Danso and inside to João Palhinha. Still got the ball. He's had about 10 touches by himself there, shifting it with his right boot, left and then right. Then plays the pass. Goes inside to Danso, up to Bergvall. Nice flick. And Spencer's low cross. Share with the clearance. Tonali has gone down under a challenge. Referee says it's fine. Bergvall pulls it back. Ramsey intercepts and then it's cleared. Tonali rolled around and it's
a great tackle.
He's been hurt there, and the referee has now stopped the game after Newcastle put it out of play on the far side, near to halfway, leading 1-0. But Tonali,
nothing wrong with that.
Following the challenge from Sarr. Did he just stand on the top of his foot?
Wins the ball.
No complaints or protests from Tonali about the challenge. He's just obviously hurt there. He's back on his feet, back in the game. Dan Burn using his body to get in front of Johnson and stabs the ball out to Barnes, away from Siemens, and then Porro. But the touch is heavy from Barnes and covering João Palhinha back to the goalkeeper, who still has it. Kinski. Javi Siemens. It's a big money signing from RB Leipzig. He'd been a target of Chelsea's, hadn't he, before he got the move to Spurs this summer. Looked like he might have gone elsewhere in London, but a Tottenham Hotspur player. He's had flashes tonight. Brennan Johnson here involved on the right wing. Support from Pedro Porro, whose cross is flicked away by Byrne. Voltemada trying to get there. Danso's onto it and has the shot at the edge of the area, straight into the hands of Ramsdale.
I'll take your word, it was a shot. Back pass, wasn't it?
Sat up quite nicely for him, but he went with the inside of his right boot.
Yeah.
Placement, not power.
Placed it straight into the arms of Ramsdale.
Out from Porro, throw for Byrne. Middle of his own half, back to Chow. And inside to Ramsdale. He's got luminous orange and white boots and gloves tonight, Aaron Ramsdale. Forwards it goes. Here's Tonali, Willock, and Ramsdale, edge of the area, into the path of Chow. Dan Byrne up the left wing, could get it. Chow on the move, carrying it, finds Barnes. That's a good ball. Harvey Barnes, a 1-2 there with Ramsey. João Palhinha slides in.
Yeah, good defending. Read it, didn't he?
He's a big signing for Spurs, isn't he? João Palhinha.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Excellent for Fulham.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Before he got his move to Bayern Munich, he's on loan this season. Dan Byrne, long throw from the left, with Newcastle a goal up into the penalty box, near post. Headed across the area. Barnes rises. Elanga back to goal. Down for Tonali. Sends it back in. And surely off the bar. Oh! Well, it looked as though they were going to get a second. And Harvey Barnes, with an acrobatic effort from the header back across from Chow, has cracked the crossbar. Put back in by Tonali. Looked like a great ball. No offside flag. Chow came. He was onside to head it across, and it came back to Barnes, who's behind the ball and the defender.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, wasn't it? It was behind him. He's stretching on his left foot as well.
He's 6 yards out, and it's off the bar. Fabian Schär penalised. Richarlison down, and the referee wants a word.
He loves a moan, doesn't he?
Cher or Richarlison?
Richarlison. Cher likes a moan as well.
Yeah. Says his piece, doesn't it? Still 1-0, but very close to a second there. Thought when Chow was coming in, he might have gone for goal, but he went back across the box to Barnes. Baltamada getting close to João Palhinha on halfway, but forwards from Tottenham Hotspur. Bentancur back to João Palhinha on halfway, and Sarr. And now Pedro Porro. Xavi Simons let it run. Dan Burn comes in, helps it forwards. It's come off Simons to Ramsey, and Chow here finding himself left midfield. No foul, but it's gone out for a throw. Howe made 8 changes tonight. Ramsdale, Kraft, Cher, Chow, Burn, Ramsey, Tonali, Willock, Langer, Barnes, Baltamada. Under pressure at the edge of his own box, the Tottenham defender Kevin Danso, and he's cleared it out of play. Joe Willock to Burn. Chow for Tonali, back again, and Cher, the only player in the Newcastle half when the ball was played. Up to Baltamada from Cher, great ball, and a touch from the striker out to Elanga, inside now to Ramsey. Elanga with it once more, Baltamada wide right. In he comes, Ramsey, back out wide to Kraft, who takes a touch, rolls it to Elanga, cut back for Baltamada. It's gone down in the area, didn't really have control of the ball. Spurs clear, there was no foul. Now there's one from Fabian Cher on Richarlison again. If he keeps doing this, the referee will have to book him, and I think Richarlison is making that point about persistent fouling, and all those fouls have been on him.
Yeah, I don't know why they're booing, because it's a foul.
And they've moved it quickly. Newcastle weren't quite set. Jed Spence, what a great run this is, with speed and purpose up the left wing. Tonali and Elanga are there with him. Physical battle. And Newcastle win it. It was 2-on-1. Elanga to Ramsey, who drops his shoulder, gets tackled by Bentancur. Tonali now for Ramsey again, back to Kraft, inside into the box to Ramsdale, away from the keeper. Danso on his chest in the centre circle. Almost lost out to Baltamada. Then Ramsey makes a challenge on João Palhinha. He's carried it up to the edge of Newcastle's box and got away again. João Palhinha's cross. This time Richarlison connects, but the ball goes backwards. Siemens now to Bergvall. Shot blocked by Kraft. Tonali with a header, and Elanga in space on the right. As they put their bodies in the way, Newcastle, and keep themselves in front at 1-0 here in the final minute of the first half, just before we get the numbers board. Sarr back to Senegalese midfielder from Siemens, 30 yards out, now on the right wing. Brennan Johnson on the outside of Big Dan Bird, hangs up the cross, 2 coming in for it. Cher header, and Tonali volleyed clearance, and all the way back to Antonin Kinski, who plays it forwards to halfway. Pedro Porro. Some confident football, some good movement with the passing from Tottenham Hotspur, and there it breaks down. Bentancur in behind. Ramsdale comes and gets it, walks it into the box. Nobody from an attacking point of view anywhere near it, and the numbers board says there'll be a minimum of 2 additional minutes here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds.
Additional time to be added.
Ramsdale long towards Baltamada, wins the knockdown, but there were 2 on him. One of them, Bentancur, has moved it nicely, and Siemens here. Chow's taking him out and gets a yellow card.
See, that's what I find strange. That's probably the first foul he's made. He gets yellow carded. Cher's made half a dozen.
Well, all of Cher's have been from behind, haven't they? He's come in, onto Richarlison hard, kicked him, pushed him over. Similar types of fouls there. Chow sliding in.
But that's what frustrates you with referees.
So you know what you can get away with, I suppose.
Well,
and what
you can with some and you can with others.
Free kick just ahead of the centre circle into the second minute now of the additional period. Newcastle 1, Spurs 0. Fabian Schär with the only goal. Pedro Porro's free kick to the left side of the box, headed into the middle and into the arms of Nick Pope from Richarlison.
Chance.
6 yards out. Bit of a glancing header rather than a planted header towards goal. And Newcastle delighted to see that directed straight at the keeper. Now Elanga for a good run from Willock up the right side, close to the corner. Joe Willock turns back and comes inside. I think he's had a decent first half, Willock. Back to Tonali and Elanga. Could they get a second? And that pass from Elanga is one back by Tottenham. They intercept and take a quick free kick following a foul by Tonali, edge of the area, and Lucas Bergvall with a quick break. They're finishing the half strongly. Xavi Simons just outside the box, straight at Chow. Bergvall for Simons again. Has he got another shot? Yes, he has! And Ramsdale might have tipped that over. Spurs are adamant that he did.
Referee gives a goal kick. It's a good save. It's a good hand. Wow. You can see it from here.
Coming across goal and heading into the far top corner. And Ramsdale looked to have got fingertips on it. Even some of the Newcastle coaching staff sitting in front of us can't believe that wasn't a corner. Chris Kavanagh, the referee, has got seven Tottenham players who confront him after the half-time whistle is blown about that decision. I mean, there may not have been much time for the corner, but it's a big save from Ramsdale, so it appears. Anyway, they have the lead, John Anderson, at half-time. Fabian Schär restored to the team tonight, got his head on the ball from a Sandro Tonali corner in the 24th minute, and it's Newcastle leading Spurs by 1-0. But how have they played?
Yeah, played all right, deservedly ahead, I think. They've dominated most of the game. Spurs have had the odd moment, but I think we've been the dominant side. We played with a lot of intensity, a lot of pressure. With all the changes that he's made, it's gone pretty well.
Yeah, thinking about those 8 changes, they've affected all parts of the pitch. Only 3 people stay in the team from Saturday's win, started the win over Fulham. Who has come in tonight? Have you?
They've all played a part.
So
yeah, they've all played a part. They've all done well. It's as if they all feel they've got a point to prove to the manager. And they know that their game time will probably be limited, so they've got to go and they've got to do it when they get the opportunities. And every one of them that have come in have played their part tonight.
Send us your messages on X, it's at BBC Newcastle, or WhatsApp us, put BBC at the start, and the number is 08000 321 333. Must be settled tonight. If it's level at the end of 90 minutes, then there will be penalties to decide who goes through to the quarter-finals of the League Cup, and the draw will be made after this match finishes. All the half-time scores from the other games coming shortly from Colin White here on BBC Radio Newcastle, but the half-time score here at St James's Park is Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
David Attenborough has lent his support to the Wildlife Trust in their efforts to buy the Rothbury estates. Got us talking this morning. My wife, her unpopular opinion is she does not like David Attenborough. We've almost divorced over this, so I want your unpopular opinions. Tom, what's yours?
Anyone that drinks Guinness doesn't actually like it. They're just doing it because they think it's a personality trait.
Tom, you just think this about literally anything. It's because you've got a palate of like a 4-year-old that's not eating anything apart from yogurt and stuff that's been put in a blender. You probably think salt is spicy.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Newcastle United leading Tottenham Hotspur by 1-0 at half-time. Fabian Schär after 25 minutes. John Anderson, the only question I'm going to ask you, in addition to what Ray's has just talked to you about, before I let you go and have a bit of a break and get a cup of tea, and if you want to bring me a cup of tea back as well, you're very welcome to. The goal, controversy if you're a Spurs fan, because Jed Spence was allowed to tie his boot had come off, hadn't it? He was allowed to put it back on, allowed to tie his shoelace, but not allowed by the referee to get back into position. Tonali took the corner quickly before the referee had blown a whistle. The referee decided he didn't need to blow a whistle. Spurs have, they will argue, have a one-man fewer in the box than they should have had. Sher wins the header, Newcastle leads. Do Spurs have a point?
Yeah, referee seen nothing wrong with that.
Did you?
I think if that was at the other end, I would say, what's the point in letting him tie his shoelace if you're not going to let him get back into position? But there you go. That's the look of the draw.
And yes, it is. At least you're honest. If it had been the other way around, your reaction would have been different.
Yeah.
I think Spurs took a long time to get over that mentally as well. I mean, Richarlison, we know what he's like in terms of his histrionics, which is the word we like to use. But it rattled them.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Spurs going forward. I thought they finished the half pretty well. They had a couple of chances. Richarlison's had a header which he probably should have done better with. But I think for the most of the half we've dominated.
Yeah.
You know, we've had all the ball. We played with good intensity. I think the players that have come in have all done well. You know, a big night for them. You know, it was one of those where I'm not getting much game time. I've got to go and enjoy it. I've got to make sure that I get the best out of it, and they've all done that up to now. So you would like a second goal, there's no doubt about that, but kicking down the hill second half, hopefully we'll be able to add to it.
John Anderson, then, thank you very much for the moment, and we'll be back for full commentary of the second half. Of course we will, with Matthew Raisbeck in about 10-11 minutes time. 4 other games in the League Cup tonight. They all kicked off at 7:45, so they're all in the first few minutes of their second halves now. It's still goalless between Arsenal and Brighton, but Crystal Palace are 2-0 up at Liverpool. Ismail Assar with 2 in the final 5 minutes of the first half. So Liverpool 0, Crystal Palace 2 is the score in that one. Swansea City had taken the lead at home to Manchester City. Gonzalo Franco after 12 minutes. Jeremy Doku got an equaliser for Manchester City 5 minutes before half time. That is the score 3 minutes into the second half as well. Swansea 1, Manchester City 1. Chelsea lead 3-1 away at Wolves. They were 3-0 up at half time. Andre Santos, Tyreek George, those two in the first 15 minutes, and Esteval just 5 minutes before half time. But Wolves have got one back early in the second half through Tolo Arokodare. So Wolves 1, Chelsea 3, and of course we know that Newcastle United lead Spurs by 1-0. Scottish Premiership games tonight, 5 of them, interesting from various different perspectives. Hearts, who are 8 points clear at the top of the table, drawing 1-1 at St Mirren at half time. Celtic under interim manager Martin O'Neill 2-0 up on Falkirk early in the second half. Johnny Kenny, the Irishman, with both of Celtic's goals in the first half, and Rangers are 1-0 up at Hibs thanks to Danilo. The other two, Aberdeen winning 1-0 at Kilmarnock, and Motherwell beating Dundee United by 1-0. We're going to start the build up to South Shields FA Cup tie in just a moment, but there is one other bit of non-league news to tell you tonight, and that is that Blythe Spartans have sacked Colin Myers as their manager. They were beaten by Blythe Town in their Northumberland Senior Cup match last night. It's not been the greatest of seasons. It's not been the greatest of 3 or 4 years. All told, of course, for Blythe Spartans. They had actually picked up. They'd won and drawn one of each of those. Won and drawn one against sides in the top 6 or 7 in the league in the last week or so. But that defeat last night, spelling the end of Colin Myers' tenure at Blythe Spartans. The statement from the club saying they would like to place on record their thanks to him for his efforts during the time at the club, stepping in as interim manager at a time of need, dedicating so much to the club. His commitment's been greatly appreciated by everyone at Blythe Spartans, both on and off the pitch. They wish him the best for the future as well, do Blythe Spartans. But Colin Myers sacked as their manager tonight indeed. We're going to hear from a different non-league manager now, though, who has had the polar opposite in terms of starts to the season. It was almost perfect up until last weekend. South Shields losing at Macclesfield on Saturday, and that was their first defeat of the season in all competitions. This Sunday, they are at home to Shrewsbury in the first round of the FA Cup. They have never in their history made it to the second round, have South Shields. We will bring you full commentary of that one. It'll be on the BBC Sport website and app, or if you use the BBC Sounds app, then it's not on BBC Radio Newcastle, but it is on BBC Radio 5 Sport Extra 2, so that's where you will need to go if you are listening to us on BBC Sounds on Sunday, but we will make that abundantly clear on Total Sport on Friday night as well. Almost 3,500 expected to pack out the First Cloud Arena for South Shields game against a side that is 2 divisions above them in the lower reaches of League 2. Today, had a chat with the South Shields manager, Ian Watson. Of course he's expecting a tough game, but he's also hopeful of causing an upset.
We're really aware of that. We're going to play really good opposition who are going to bring more than what teams will at this level, because of the higher level, and that's just the nature of the game. The higher teams that play, the better you are. So we're really making the boys aware of that, which they already are aware of. But the week looks really similar in terms of the days we're training, the type of stuff we're doing in training, the way we work, the opposition detail that we're doing. It's all very similar, and I think that familiarity is a real good thing for the boys as well. So we're making sure not to make it something it's not. It's a game of football. It's 11v11, and we're all really excited to play.
It's interesting you say that the training days are the same and all that sort of stuff, because I wanted to ask you about the logistics of playing at 12 o'clock on a Sunday as opposed to 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. There's the fact it's so early in the day, but there's also, at this level, you don't play on Sundays. How different? What difference does that make to you?
Well, all we've done is we changed the week round, so we're normally in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we have a Thursday off. This week we had Monday off, and we're in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with the Friday off. Then we're going to change Saturday, but it will feel a little bit different because of the schedule. Like, it's a really good point, to be honest with you, especially with the early kick-off. It does make the game a little bit more special, because you feel that it's different, and you're like, oh, this is not a normal game. So I hope that just works in a good way, because I don't want to try and manipulate anyone's mind and detract from what it is. Like, it is a huge game. It is the first round of the FA Cup. Everyone's really excited to play it. I'm not going to lie about that. But from our point of view, we just have to make sure that within the 4 walls of the change room that we attack the game like we would any other game. And yeah, the fans can get excited. There can be a lot of hype around the game. And you have to find a way to deal with whatever noise comes and whatever numbers are there on the day. And they have to use it as a positive. And if they do use it as a positive, brilliant, and they perform better. And if they don't, then it's a lesson learned. And if they want to go and play at the levels which they all can in terms of like League 1, League 2, Championship, then they're going to have to play in that every week. So it's a real good experience for a lot of them, and I'm really interested just to see how some of them do cope with it. And I've got my own thoughts. I think they'll be really good. I think they're really strong-minded, and I think they'll attack the game with a lot of excitement. Football throws at loads of different things, so we just have to really say, I guess.
Yeah, everybody entitled to be excited at South Shields. That's their manager Ian Watson talking to me earlier on today. I forgot to tell you what time the game actually kicks off on Sunday. It's a midday kickoff, 12 o'clock on Sunday. South Shields against Shrewsbury. Gateshead are away at AFC Wimbledon in the first round of the FA Cup. 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Last night, England's women beat Australia in their friendly at Pride Park, and on her 34th birthday and on her first start of the season after recovering from injury, Lucy Bronze from Northumberland involved in 2 goals. She set one up, she scored one as well, and afterwards she spoke to the BBC's Sarah Mulkerran.
Turned 34 and got a goal and assist, but it's nice that we won the game at least. I think that was really important to bounce back from the Brazil game. A couple of debutants today, Taylor and Lucia, did really well, so it's nice to see them get on the pitch and doing well, and win the game.
Talk me through the goal then.
I know it was kind of roles reversed a little bit. It was Tooney running in behind, pulling it back for me, whereas I think it's normally me running behind, pulling it back for Tooney. But as soon as it went in, she ran up to me and went, "Happy birthday!" So I think that's my present off of her.
Excellent stuff. In terms of you all as a wider squad, what are the important things that you want to see from this homecoming series?
I think obviously the reason for going around the country is to share with the fans what happened through the summer, bring it back to England. Obviously we brought the trophy. Hempo and Grace were here today showing the trophy, and then I guess it's friendly games. It's giving opportunities to different players. I think we've seen that across the 2 games. Key England players playing and starting, but at the same time having fresh faces come into the squad. Squad was a little bit bigger this camp as well, and just giving them opportunities to put on an England shirt and show what they've got to put this team in a good place for the next 2 years where we're focusing on the World Cup.
Congratulations to Northumberland's Lucy Bronze, and happy birthday as well. From football to rugby, Newcastle Red Bulls back in Prem Cup action on Friday night. They're at home to Leicester Tigers. BBC Radio Newcastle's rugby commentator Dean Gray has been speaking to the Red Bulls head coach Alan Dickens, who says there will be changes to his 15 for the match.
We do need to freshen up. We've got senior players within the squad chomping at the bit, wanting to get game time. It's also an opportunity to blood some young players. So certainly we will be looking to change it up for Friday night against the Tigers.
this little block of Prem Cup games, 2 games at home to kick off with, which is an advantage, obviously. I assume, looking at past experience, there'll be a big crowd here again, wanting the Red Bulls to record another win. Are you putting much store by this competition? A lot of clubs don't really. It's the sort of third competition for them. But is this an important part of the season, especially this game, to try and get some momentum back into the camp?
I think it's very important. I think we've talked about getting momentum. We've talked about the last 3 weeks about getting cohesion, and this is every time we step onto the training pitch, into a match. It gives us a chance to improve as a team going forward throughout the season. I know you touched on there about in terms of how clubs view it. I think if you look at the history over the past 10-15 years of this competition in whatever forms it's been in the past, lots of teams who do really well or win it, they're building. I'll use examples when I was at Northampton. It's something we won first in terms of after a couple of years being back into the Premiership, and then 3-4 years later they went on to win the Premiership. Teams like Leicester have done that in the past. Exeter certainly. I remember actually losing against Exeter in the Cup. And it was the very first thing that they won in 140 odd years of their history. So it's a stepping stone, this competition, and certainly we want to go into it with and we want to win every game.
That's Alan Dickens, the head coach of the Newcastle Red Bulls. Newcastle United lead Spurs by a 1-0 at half-time in the last 16 of the League Cup tie here at St James's Park. To take you through the second half, and maybe a penalty shootout, you never know, John Anderson and Matthew Racebeck.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Tonali delivers the corner header from Fabian Schär. Back in the team tonight from the start, and Fabian Schär connects with a Sandro Tonali corner at the Leazer's end, down into the ground and into the back of the net. 24th minute, Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Total Sport Northeast.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Second half about to begin. We'd like to avoid penalties if at all possible, John Anderson, tonight, although...
Well, it's not heading that way yet.
Yeah, although if things change, then maybe penalties would be acceptable. We'll see. Newcastle 1, Spurs 0. Second half has started. No changes for either team. And United shooting to the right down to the Gallagher end. We'll have a look at the lineups in a second. In full, Fabian Schär with the only goal, as we were just listening to it again there. He's on the ball, playing it to Emil Kraft, but it's a challenge from Lucas Bergvall, who's playing increasingly well. He's on the left wing for Spurs now, inside to Sarr, edge of the area. Touch back to Bentancur, pushed over to the right wing to Pedro Porro, back to halfway, and João Palhinha. Spurs were out first for the second half, and have started with some purpose. They seem in a hurry. They want to get level. And here's Spence on the near side. Still unhappy, Tottenham Hotspur, about the corner that led to Newcastle's goal after Spence was tying his bootlace, putting his boot back on. They seem to feel that he didn't get long enough to go back into the middle of the box.
Yeah,
seems to be the complaint.
Yeah, I think if that had been at the other end.
Newcastle win it back from Spurs. Barnes getting a touch on Porro's pass. Burn to Barnes, left hand side of the box. Good cross. Willock.
Oh, what a chance.
Joe Willock all alone in the 6-yard box from Barnes's cross, has headed it back over to the left side, well wide of goal. Nobody picked him up. I think he might be offside, actually. Not that the flag had gone up, had it?
No.
And no VAR tonight.
Free header, isn't it?
Goal kick taken. Schär, backwards header to Burn. Here's the Newcastle team. 8 changes tonight. Ramsdale, Kraft, Schär, Chow, Burn, Ramsey, Tonali, Willock in midfield, Elanga right, Barnes left, Voltemada through the middle, and Tottenham Hotspur, Kinski in goal, Porro, Danso, João Palhinha, Spence, Bentancur, Sarr, Johnson, Bergvall, Simmons and Richarlison up top. Barnes for Jacob Ramsey's run in the corner, left-hand side. Barnes still with it, having received a return ball from Ramsey. Tonali with a dink into the middle. Jed Spence with a header. Emil Kraft brings it down, and Emil Kraft releases a shot which goes over the top, but there was a handball in there. Doesn't score many goals, Emil Kraft. Only got one for Newcastle in 105 games now. By the way, Fabian Schär's goal earlier was his 22nd for Newcastle. Not bad for a defender over the years.
Not at all.
1-0 the score. Tonali into a challenge away by Sarr. Might have just caught Tonali late, but accidentally after he played it. Ramsdale away to our left has got it in his hands. Centre of the box, out to the feet of Byrne, up the line to Barnes. Back towards Ramsey, intercepted by a sliding Simmons, up to Richarlison, edge of the area. Chow with a tackle, and Schär clears. It's on a yellow card, Malik Chow, but apart from that challenge that led to the booking, when he's gone 1v1, whether it's a block or a tackle, it's been typically excellent tonight, and there he wins it back, underlining that point for Barnes. It's come back to Chow in the penalty area. Willock, dinged cross, Voltemada! Nick Voltemada gets there before Anthony Kinski. Willock's dinked cross, Voltemada, he's big and he just stayed big, and the keeper couldn't get near it, he was nowhere, and Nick Voltemada heads in. Another goal in black and white, and it's Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0 on 50 minutes.
Oh, the goalkeeper's not going to want to see this again. They try to play out a gap in the back spurs and it gets pinched, and it's a ball lifted in. The goalkeeper comes and he gets absolutely nowhere near it. Oh, he's a million miles away from it.
Number 27, Nick Voltemada.
Yeah, the goalkeeper comes, and Voltemada near side of him from where the cross is, gets his head onto it, and Kinski comes and is just flapping at fresh air
a million miles
after the
away.
ball's gone into the net. Voltemada's 6th goal since his move at the end of the transfer window. Great position now to go through to another quarter-final.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they've been the better side throughout the game, there's no doubt about it.
Just got to credit Malik Chow as well in the build-up there, because he went in shoulder to shoulder, won the ball, got it to Barnes, it came back to him, not necessarily intentionally, and then he played on towards Willock. Here's Tonali for Elanga, edge of the area, over the top of Spence, who has recovered and brought it under control. And then Elanga wins it back. Willock now through his legs, nice flick. Over to Ramsey, left side of central midfield for Newcastle United, 2-0 up. Chow to Schär on halfway, up to the feet of Voltemada. First time layoff to Tonali, move to Ramsey, and it's away from Barnes, out wider than he wanted it, not into his path, but he's kept the move alive. Back to Ramsey, and then Barnes once more. 2 defenders to take on, plays it back 5 yards to Ramsey, inside to Sandro Tonali, back out to Ramsey, up the line to Barnes, tries to play a 1-2 with Byrne. Now they want a corner, but it's goal kick.
Yeah, good play again, good build-up play again, isn't it?
Pedro Porro there, they both slid in. Goal kick taken short. Danso to Kinski, looking for Richarlison. Schär comes to win the header, but the ball rebounds off Chow, and Tottenham Hotspur get it back, and they're trying to break quickly up the right hand side with Siemens, drops his shoulder, looking to take on Tonali. Oh, referee let it run and then decided that it was a foul, maybe on the advice of his assistant. Only that could explain the delay, surely. Surely.
No.
Siemens.
How many times have you seen delays?
Well, to be fair, Tonali had a bit of a pull at the top of his shirt. But he let it go, and Tonali was off.
I think he's only given that because Siemens appeals. Siemens stops and appeals, and the referee goes, oh, well, it must be a free kick. Instead of sticking to his guns and saying, no, you've got to be stronger in that situation.
2-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Free kick. And this could change things. Pedro Porro, 25 yards or so out. On this right side of the Tottenham attack, headed across to the far post, and Ramsdale punches because Richarlison was closing in, and it's gone for a corner out on this near side, the Tottenham Hotspur left. Goal for Arsenal, Ethan Nwaneri. They lead Brighton 1-0. Still Liverpool 0, Palace 2, Swansea 1, Man City 1, and Wolves have got one back. It's now Wolves 1, Chelsea 3. Here comes the corner from Pedro Porro. Everybody back in black and white. It's to the far post where Dan Burn leaps and flicks clear, and now Tonali has got it back for Newcastle, and Ramsey with Elanga just up the line. Ramsey didn't feel he could play the ball forwards, goes back to Tonali. Now it's with Burn, who's tackled by Bergvall, and Siemens here trying to create something, but it's an overhit through ball for Brennan Johnson. Goal kick.
Everything they've done has been rushed, hasn't it, Spurs? That final ball, it's all been rushed.
Siemens really eager to make something work, make something happen. I think Bergvall's probably been about their best player.
Yeah, he's been neat, hasn't he? Been tidy.
Picks up good positions, doesn't he? Newcastle have a 2-0 advantage. And now 55 minutes on the clock. Benson Court, he's been neat and tidy as well in the middle of the park. Bergvall left side, in away from his international colleague Emil Kraft, still carrying it. Tonali dropped in at right back temporarily. Kraft is out on that far side. He's
playing left back.
He is still in pursuit of Bergvall. He's left it for Johnson, goes on the outside. And the cross comes in over to the near side. Elanga's won it. It's done well, but the clearance didn't really travel that far. Xavi Siemens comes in field, dinked cross, looking for Richarlison, nodded down. Kraft lifts it away. Willock with a header. Voltemada back to Tonali, then Voltemada again. Now he plays it, and Joe Willock in the Tottenham half. Big Dan Burn and big Nick Voltemada in the middle. Willock in the box. Can he pick one of them out? Still got it. They want it back post. Willock's gone for goal. Well, 6'6" and 6'7" in the penalty area, but Willock didn't really have the chance to cross. And then when it came back down to him, there were defenders in the way. He went for the top corner curler, but missed the target.
Yeah, good break again though, isn't it? Get to the edge of Spurs penalty area, cuts inside. Let's see what he's trying to do. Big Dan Burn won't be happy. He's made a 60-yard run to get in at the back post.
Full of determination. He was the furthest player forwards. Here's Cher. He's got hands on Richarlison, and
this time he's getting
finally the yellow card for Fabian Cher. Eddie Howe's got Sven Botman on the bench, and his two starting centre-backs have both been booked. That might be something that they want to keep an eye on. Kieran Trippier also there.
After 12 fouls he gets booked.
So maybe they'll look to make a defensive change. Trippier's actually jogging back to the bench. Still 2-0 up here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. as well as the Newcastle United website and app. 5 Live Sports Extra, we're everywhere. About half an hour remaining. The Spurs free kick. It was a training ground rehearsed move inside to Jed Spence. Bit of movement and running up ahead. But a through ball that's gone straight to Aaron Ramsdale. Thrown out to Joe Willock. Under pressure from Bergvall. Back to Kraft. Inside to Tonali, who's come to get it from him. First time to Willock. Back down the line to Kraft in the corner here. And now Cher, who has a touch and just has to get rid of it. Bentancur stretching straight to Jacob Ramsey. Trying to play a pass. Finds Tonali, and it's brought back for a foul. After a few seconds, Ramsey was tripped. Here's the comeback on at Molineux. Wolves 2, Chelsea 3. David Moller-Wolfer, the Norwegian wing-back, has got the goal. Here's Ramsey, good run. He's carried it about 30 yards. Left of midfield, Barnes heading for the line. Good cross. Oh, Elanga just taken off him by a header in the middle. He's coming in. Had his left foot up ready to divert it towards goal, but it was cleared. Willock, edge of the box, decides not to cross. Some frustration in the stands. They wanted him just to stick it in there. Newcastle keep possession. Willock with a layoff to Tonali. Now Ramsey, edge of the area. Ramsey runs into yellow shirts. Still has the ball. Wide to Byrne. Inside to Ramsey. Barnes now back to goal, edge of the box. Sandro Tonali looking for Voltemada. He's fired in at Voltemada, who got the first touch, but then it just jumped up, and Tottenham were able to get it back to the goalkeeper.
Playing some good stuff in and around the Spurs penalty area.
Out to Danso, back to the goalkeeper. Not the best ball from the centre half to Kinski. Into midfield, Richarlison with a knockdown, and Jed Spence with a burst. Moves so well, doesn't he? Here's Xavi Simons in the penalty area, trying to find room for the shot. Sarr's got it.
Oh, what a save,
Aaron Ramsdale! And the follow-up is then put back across the face of goal and stabbed behind for a corner. That is an incredible save, low down from Aaron Ramsdale, who gets a pat on the back from most of his colleagues because he's kept the 2-0 lead there for Newcastle with an outstanding save. Sarr, first time edge of the area,
strong arm,
diving down low to his left, and then they dealt with the follow-up Newcastle by scrambling it behind for a corner. It's only his second appearance, Ramsdale, but that was sharp goalkeeping.
It was sharp goalkeeping. It's a strong arm. Pushed it away.
Pedro Porro's corner, dropping it to the back post. Dan Byrne heads clear. Ramsdale came, but Byrne got there first. Edge of the box, blocked effort from Johnson, and Spence to Simons, who lifts it high to the back of the penalty area, and Johnson over the top. As Arsenal go 2-0 up against Brighton, with a goal scored by Bukayo Saka. Perfectly set up there. Xavi Simons with the ball to Pape Sarr, goal scorer on Sunday, but not a goal scorer on that occasion. Aaron Ramsdale with a wonderful stop.
Yeah, fabulous save. He's looked assured tonight, hasn't he? He hasn't had a great deal to do, but it's a real smart save.
62 minutes played. Sven Botman sent up to join the warm-up along the touchline. Newcastle lead 2-0, and Tottenham Hotspur go back to the goalkeeper. Too high for Spence with that pass.
Dear oh dear, goalkeeper.
22 years of age. Kinski. And it's been a tough night for him. Tough second half for him.
Yeah.
Fabian Cher. Elanga going to run after this. Spence header. Sarr. That's gone straight to Jacob Ramsey, brought down nicely. And they've got it with Barnes, 20 yards out, left wing. Byrne is beyond him. Ramsey here. Plays it into the path of Byrne. First time cross. It's a good one from Byrne. but very well defended by João Palhinha firstly to block the cross, and Pedro Porro, that's bright.
He's done well in there at centre-back, hasn't he, Palhinha?
Back to the goalkeeper from Pedro Porro, but João Palhinha, I mean, looks like he's always played there. Fabian Schär from the goalkeeper's kick stabs it forwards. Sarr straight to Ramsey. Elanga beaten to it by Danso, and Bergvall onto Danso again, stopped by Tenali, but Tottenham Hotspur have it back. Manchester City perhaps predictably have come from behind to lead at Swansea. It's now 2-1. Omar Marmoush with their second goal. Schär, good header. Kraft stretching, can't get there. Spence for Spurs, just behind halfway. And
what a ball!
Ping out to the right wing for Brennan Johnson, who's hasn't kept it in.
Tell you what, Spence has been impressive at left back. He's been quick and strong.
Looks really good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Elanga, tried to backheel it onto Willock, who made the run through the midfield channel, but stopped. 64th minute, Lucas Bergvall to Richarlison, left side of the penalty area. Dan Burn ducks out of the way of the cross, and that's a goal kick. Some Tottenham players and staff say it should be a corner. They're about to make some changes.
It's a poor ball, isn't it?
And Randall Kolo Muani, French international forward, comes on for Rodrigo Bentancur, the midfielder. Kolo Muani on loan from Paris Saint-Germain. You may remember he played twice against Newcastle in the Champions League 2 seasons ago. He was on loan to Juventus last season. Yet to score for Spurs. Brennan Johnson replaced by the winger Mohamed Kudus, a summer signing from West Ham. And on his day, he can be one of the best, Kudus. Richarlison stayed on. So what they've done is they put Bergvall back into midfield next to Sarr. Kudus has gone to the right. Siemens playing behind Richarlison. It looks like Kolo Muani on the left, or is Kolo Muani in the centre and Richarlison on the left? We'll see when the match resumes following the goal kick. But two big players to bring on.
Yeah.
And good header on. Burn.
Oh, good defending again. How strong was he?
It was Elanga trying to nip in ahead of Spence, who once again does his thing impressively. That was a really useful flick on, and Elanga was close but well defended. Now back to the goalkeeper following a Spurs throw. Kinski, that's risky. Ramsey was right on Bergvall. Now in the corner here, João Palhinha. Baltamada with him. He's on the goal line. It'll be a free kick. He's gone over the outstretched leg of Baltamada. They very nearly played themselves into trouble.
Kinski's looked a nervous wreck, hasn't he?
Danso up this near left-hand side on the move. And Jed Spence, through the legs of his man, gets it back. Comes into midfield and lifts a ball to the far side. Burn climbs. Kept in by Pedro Porro. 20 yards out now. Sends in the cross to Richarlison near post.
Good save again.
Repelled by Ramsdale. And now Barnes up to Baltamada. Newcastle trying to go the other way. That could be a free kick. Referees brought it back. There was no advantage. Richarlison puts his hands on his head. They found him well. He made the run across.
Good save again at his near post.
Across the defender.
Gets across.
It was a Schär.
Gets something on it.
Still Newcastle 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0. In the last 16 of the League Cup, Jacob Ramsey with runners, one of them Barnes. Ramsey gives it and goes. Barnes on the outside. Cox back in. Still with Harvey Barnes just inside the area. And gets a corner out of it. Deflection. on his cross, takes it wide at the near side of the goal. How has Harvey Barnes played tonight?
Yeah, he's done all right. He's flitted in and out a little bit, hasn't he? It looks like Voltemada's work's done. Osula looks like he's going to come on. Joe Linton's going to come on.
And Kieran Trippier is getting ready as well. So it'll be at least 3 substitutions. 68th minute. Well, Osula will give them plenty of speed and energy. Joe Linton, the physical presence and the experience of Trippier, all about to be introduced by Eddie Howe, perhaps after this corner kick, certainly not before it. Here's Tonali to the near post. Richarlison's header has come out to the edge of the box where Elanga meets it. Dan Burn on the right wing turns, he's in the corner here, Burn. Tottenham have won it back. Kolo Muani, Newcastle think there could have been a foul there. Burn having words with the assistant referee. Tonali wins it from Kudus on halfway and scoops it up for Elanga. Slows it down, Anthony Elanga. Tonali makes a burst beyond him. Elanga cuts inside and then is stopped by 2 defenders. I wonder why Elanga didn't just knock it and run.
No.
Still 2-0 Newcastle United though. At this stage, not too much to be unhappy about or be picky over. The triple change coming. The ball is in Newcastle's half with the Tottenham Hotspur passing now from right wing to halfway, and Danso, Spence here. Up to another yellow shirt, Kolo Muani. First touch takes him backwards, and then Sarr plays
Tonali
it against
again.
Tonali. Picked up the right position to block the forward ball. Bergvall across midfield to Pedro Porro. Bergvall lets it run. Having got it back again, plays it to Danso, forwards to Spence. Elanga in front of him. Inside to Bergvall, laid off to Danso. Play it away from Voltemada, over to Pedro Porro and up the right wing to Mohamed Kudus. On to Xavi Simons, just gets there and Ramsdale has to flick the cross away. Kept in on this near side, left corner. And Spence with a cross to the back post, and Burn.
Nobody in there.
Had the awareness to let it go. And on 70 minutes exactly here are Eddie Howe's changes. Last instructions for William Osula. His arm on the shoulder of the 22-year-old striker who is coming on to replace Nick Voltemada. His 6th goal in his 11th appearance.
To be replaced by number 18.
A standing ovation, and Osula roared on. Joe Willock replaced by Joe Linton. I think he's had a pretty good night. Willock, apart from that header, although he might have been offside anyway.
Also coming off number 28.
Yeah, he hasn't done bad, has he? He's been lively.
To be replaced by number 7, Joe Linton.
And Kieran Trippier will come on in the final change.
Be Kraft, won't it?
And it is Emil Kraft.
And finally, coming off from
A
Newcastle,
rare start for Kraft, only his second outing this season.
To be replaced by number 2, Kieran Trippier.
With Livramento and Hall still unavailable after injuries. They are limited in full-back positions, and probably the rest that Trippier got will be a good thing. Dan Burn just playing on, having to play on. Been involved in all of them apart from Bradford, Burn, this season. Osula with a header on immediately, and Elanga, edge of the area, tried to get on the end of it, but Kinski came and picked it up, and then the throw out for the keeper.
He's most definitely had one second half.
There was too much on it ahead of Spence, and Trippier out of Sarr, and a throw next to the corner flag on the near right side for Newcastle United. Still leading by 2 goals to 0. How comfortable do you feel that lead is, John Anderson?
Yeah, I think it has been comfortable. I don't think Spurs have shown enough. Ramsdale's had that one really good save to make, but apart from that, he hasn't been troubled too much.
Following that throw, they've won a corner kick. It was headed behind at the near side. The set-piece coach is out along with Jason Tyndall. I wonder what they've got for us this time. Tonali to take it. They scored from this situation in the first half. Tonali, out swinger. Tottenham Hotspur header clear from Sarr. Elanga away from Pedro Porro. Siemens wins the ball with a sliding challenge, edge of the area. Elanga wanted a free kick, got nothing. Jacob Ramsey intercepts on halfway, and big Dan Burn onto Fabian Schär, left wing. Osula in the middle, and Elanga back post. Oh, back across and headed behind by Danso. I thought Elanga was going to score his first Newcastle goal, and then you had Osula at the back post. I think he tried to find him, and the defender put it behind.
Great ball played in, wasn't it? He could have very easily put it in his own net, Danso. He's done well, but how close was that?
Yeah. Just past the post. Another corner. Trippier to take this one. A great ball in, wasn't it, from Fabian Schär, left wing, but
Schär's got a whip on it, wasn't it?
He's got that quality. Trippier then with the latest corner. Dan Burn makes a run into the middle of the penalty box, headed away. Joe Linton header backwards. Ramsey, intelligent ball to Trippier. And a diagonal from Trippier into the area. Schär, another corner. Schär back across, but out off Spence. Trippier's come to halfway to speak to Ramsdale. Chelsea, who've got 10 men, haven't they? They've had sending off, but they've scored a fourth goal. Wolves 2, Chelsea 4. Liam Delap sent off for Chelsea, but Jamie Gittins has extended their lead. Here, Newcastle 2, Spurs 0. On BBC Radio Newcastle, Tonali's in swinging corner, but it was a bit too flat really, and then Ramsey does well, back to Trippier following the clearance. And Trippier returns the ball to Jacob Ramsey. And back to halfway, Kieran Trippier. And they give it to Ramsdale. Nothing silly. Then the goalkeeper. Look at that ball. Dan Burn heads on and finds Elanga in the corner. Ramsdale's distribution is excellent. Elanga's cross. Another corner kick. Right now this feels more likely to go 3-0 than 2-1. They got the crucial second.
Wolves have pulled another one back.
Succession of corners. What's that now at Molineux?
4-3
to Chelsea.
Yeah.
Trippier seems to be taking the corners now on the right, and it's going to be him again. Chow starts in the D, and Joe Linton pushing his man in the middle. Here's the corner towards Schär's run, headed out. Ramsey makes a challenge, and it's come for Richarlison, and now Siemens here. Tonali though had a head start, but he's got the legs anyway.
Brilliant.
And Sandro Tonali, just back from illness, looked 100% there. Made sure Newcastle kept possession. Elanga up the line. Osula started to run, then held his position, then went on the move after the ball, but Danso defended the situation. Spence inside, Bergvall back to goalkeeper Kinski.
Tell you what, he's a good player, this kid, Spence.
Matis Tel is about to be brought on by Tottenham Hotspur manager Thomas Frank, and Bruno Guimaraes is called back to the bench by Newcastle. Takes off his orange bib and his black coat, and the skipper will be introduced soon. 77 minutes on the clock. Liverpool 0, Crystal Palace 3. Liverpool have 10 men though, and Jeremy Pino's added a third. What a result for Palace, who are a very good team, no doubt about it, and a much changed Liverpool losing. Here's a cross from Spurs, and Richarlison with a pretty comfortable save from Ramsdale from the header. Swansea 1, Man City 2 is the latest score in South Wales, and Arsenal 2-0 up on Brighton in added on time. All the other matches 7:45 kickoffs. Trippier just caught a bit late by Kolo Muani. Free kick, nothing more. Mathis Tel on for Richarlison, who's now gone 8 games without a goal. And Tel, the French under 21 international, another player that they loaned in January and then signed permanently in the summer from Bayern Munich. Kolo Muani's through the middle now, Tel's on left side. Newcastle lead 2-0. 10 minutes, maybe 15 with additional time away from another quarter-final. The League Cup holders now bringing on Bruno. Once the numbers board is ready. Jacob Ramsey coming off.
Number 41, Jacob Ramsey.
You like what you've seen from Jacob Ramsey in his career so far, John Anderson at Newcastle?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a big player for us. I think when he really gets up to speed, I think he's going to be a big player.
So that's 4 changes made by Eddie Howe. Tel here back to João Palhinha. It's really connected properly with the clearance. Tonali here and Tel with a challenge, and the throw goes the way of Tottenham Hotspur. Despite Newcastle appeals, the 4-time League Cup winners need 2 goals to save their campaign this season in the competition. Joelinton with pressure on Bergvall, back to the goalkeeper, first time out to Danso, who chests it. As he was stooping, he chested it and then played it short to Spence, back to Danso. Trippier battling for it with Tel. Fabian Schär lifts it away, and the goalkeeper keeps it in with a header. I thought he was going to get that wrong. Danso let it run, the goalkeeper got behind him on the goal line, just wide of the box, and headed it inside. It's got it in his hands now, on the edge of his penalty area. 2 black and white shirts nearby, Bruno and Osula. It's played short into midfield to Xavi Simons, who's dropped deep to get it. Here's Sarr in the centre circle. Now Spence up the line. Tel. Whoa! Away from Trippier. He clipped him. Free kick awarded, wide on the left. Getting on for 30 yards out. Yellow card for Kieran Trippier. Liverpool are out of the League Cup. Crystal Palace have won 3-0 at Anfield. Arsenal have won as well. They've beaten Brighton 2-0. And Man City are 3-1 up at Swansea now. It was Ryan Cherki who scored the 3rd goal. And still Wolves 3, Chelsea 4. I think they're still playing there. Ball in behind from Tottenham Hotspur. Goal kick for Newcastle United. Just having a look at the Spurs fixtures, Ando. Chelsea tea time on Saturday. Then they've got Copenhagen in the Champions League at home. And then Man United. And then after that they've got Arsenal and PSG away after the international break. So
yeah, good luck with that.
Big games, tough games. They have started the season well in the league. What have you made of them tonight? They have got a lot of injuries too, that must be said. Players who would probably start are not available in most cases to start.
Yeah, it's that soft centre again, isn't it?
Burn with a header on. Osula, bit of skill, trickery on the left wing. Doesn't get anything, wants a throw. Goes Tottenham's way at right back. Man Man City have won 3-1. That's now a final score at Swansea. Ball's gone out again after Newcastle won it back. It's a goal kick. Tonali just carried it behind, and it's finished. Wolves 3, Chelsea 4. This is the last League Cup tie in this round to be completed. Newcastle and Spurs both entered at the last round, round 3, because of their participation in Europe. It's the quarter-finals next, and the draw tonight. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Trippier to Joelinton on halfway, looking for Bruno. Elanga's got it. Bruno back to Tonali. And Elanga once again. Tonali caught. Referee doesn't give anything. Play continues. Fabian Schär here. Up the line to Tonali. Osula inside. Tonali knocks it around Danso. Oh, that's lovely from the Italian. You can see what he was trying to do with the ball into the middle, but it was just cut out by the defender. Bruno here for Tonali, away from a sliding Simmons. Made him look a bit daft there, didn't he? He's limping, he's sore. Gets it from a Bruno flick. Newcastle as the allays start from the supporters. Enjoying it now. Schär to Tonali in space, and Elanga. Can he take on his man? Spence inside to Bruno. Back to Elanga in the penalty area. Elanga wasn't really in control of it, and the cross is blocked by Jed Spence. Kudus here with a layoff to Porro, still in the defensive third. Tottenham. Dan Burn away, and then a clearance from João Palhinha. Tell, that's gone not the way he wanted it. It's gone backwards straight to Bruno Guimaraes, who gets it again from Joelinton. Bruno. Barnes trying to twist and turn just inside the area, stopped by the defender. And Joelinton with a challenge, and Kudus didn't like it and pushes him over, and it's really kicking off now, and referee Chris Kavanagh intervenes, and it's Kola Muani who drags Joelinton away. Dan Burn and Malik Chow getting in between players. Joelinton with a Joelinton challenge that was probably worthy of a yellow card, but Kudus reacted angrily. Haven't seen it back. Referee stepped back away from the crowd of players.
He's got his yellow card out.
They might both get a booking there, and that will hopefully be all it is. Newcastle fans giving Joelinton some love, and they are both yellow carded. Newcastle 2, Spurs 0, 86 minutes.
It's a scissor tackle.
Free kick taken, and they've shifted it, switched it to the near side. Spence in field, inside 10 yards to Sarr. A big switch over to the right, onto the chest of Kudus. Bergvall gets it short from him. And it's still with Tottenham Hotspur. Kudus again. Whips in a good ball with his left. Trippier gets there before Tell. Barnes heads away. Osula leaps and chests it. And now it's a free kick to Newcastle United for the challenge on Osula.
It's all stop-start now, isn't it? It's gone really messy.
We're going to be with you till 10:30 tonight on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. So we'd like to have your say about Newcastle and what will hopefully, barring any late drama, be progress to the quarter-finals. Give us a call, 0800 234 6565. Trippier, a bit of a risky ball back to Bruno. He's had to make a strong challenge, and now they get it clear into midfield to Joelinton. Chested to Elanga, trying to make his way into the Tottenham half, fouled by Kudus. And it's the fans who tend to be like that in this moment, wanting a second yellow card, but it's not the sort of challenge that really earns one, is it? Just a free kick. 0800 234 6565, or if you've got a moment to send us a WhatsApp message, you can do so. Put BBC at the start, and this is the number: 08000 321-333. I'd like to know what you think about the match and who you'd like in the next round, assuming they get there. 3 minutes of normal time to play. Anthony Gordon will be coming on. Tonali, good challenge, good win in midfield. Trippier out to Tonali again. The endless running from Sandro Tonali.
He's been brilliant again.
It's a Spurs throw.
You get sick of saying it, don't you? Because you just expect it game in, game out. He's just got a level of consistency that's...
Newcastle. Coming off, number 20, Anthony
Elanga leaving the pitch. Hasn't quite happened yet for Anthony Elanga. Eddie Howe says he will go on to be a big player for the club. He gets a lot of appreciation from the coaching staff on his way off the pitch. Gordon's come on, and Barnes has come to the right with Gordon left. Colomawani with a little nutmeg, and then he gets the ball back. They go into Newcastle's half, away from Joelinton. It's hit the referee. Well, that was such a positive and exciting run. There might well have been a finish at the end of it, but it's hit Chris Kavanagh on the heel, and he apologises, but the game's got to stop.
Referees had a blinder.
Bruno behind the referee applauding him and smiling. I think they knew that could have been a dangerous situation, and now Tottenham have passed it straight out of play, and that really sums things up. And quite a few of their fans are heading down the steps from level 7 towards the exits. Final minute of the 90. You can send us a message on X, it's at BBC Newcastle, and WhatsApp again, 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start. You can write a message out, or you can send us a voice note on WhatsApp. We'd love to hear from you between now and 10:30 on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Kevin Danso up to the edge of the area, stopped by Cher. Bruno got it caught under his feet, but he's got it back from Tonali and sends it in behind, and Gordon chasing. Kinski comes. Whoa! Just about got there. Just sliced it out of play. Gordon takes a throw to Joelinton, gets it back, he stayed on side, and we're now into a minimum of 4 additional minutes. Gordon to Bruno, looked for Byrne, straight back to Tottenham Hotspur, missed his own teammate with the pass, and Spence near touchline. Long ball in behind from Spence. Tell on the chase. Cher sees it behind. It was his header in the first half from Tonali's corner that gave United their lead. And then Voltemada with a header from Willocks. Chipped cross near post. Goalkeeper got it all wrong. Voltemada once again got it spot on. And it's 2-0. Remember in the behind closed doors period, John Anderson, I think we were close to going to another lockdown. Newcastle went to Brentford. Thomas Frank was there for a quarter-final in the Steve Bruce days, and they lost 1-0, and it was absolutely dreadful. Since then, really, this competition has become something special, and they're just a couple of minutes away from another quarter-final, so that'll be 4 seasons in a row that they've made at least the quarter-finals.
Yeah, it's been a good performance, hasn't it? Good intensity. Some of the football they've played has been excellent.
Spence in the middle of Newcastle's half. What do you make of Xavi Simons? There he is, crossfield ball, showing to the head of Dan Byrne. Gordon trying to get there. It's gone out for a throw.
Some good, some bad, isn't it? A bit like Spurs, like all of Spurs.
They're unbeaten in the Champions League with 5 points, but below Newcastle in the standings with their 2 wins from 3. got in through winning the Europa League. One of 6 English teams in the competition this season. Here's Jed Spence, 90 seconds remaining. Curling cross from Saar. Byrne gets up. Gordon then climbs and flicks away, edge of the area. João Palhinha to the right wing. Mohamed Kudus. Kudus again. Returned to him by Pedro Porro. Right-footed chip cross. Aaron Ramsdale stretching. Collects it and then drops to his knees in the 6-yard box. He's had a good night as well, Ramsdale in goal. Kicks out of his hands, has come off the outside of his right boot. Trippier on halfway with a cushioned ball to Bruno in the middle. Bruno's won it and runners in behind Asula, and it's come for Barnes into the corner. Surely a free kick. Danso pushed Barnes over right under the nose of the assistant referee, and with 30 seconds to play, free kick. Might as well stick it in the box. Chow's on his way forwards. Byrne as well, and Cher additionally. Kieran Trippier to take it. Everybody's gone back to defend. Tonali stayed on halfway for Newcastle. Here it is. It's 2-0. Will it be 3? Trippier's free kick. Malik Chow. Ooh. It's wide of the post, but it's the final whistle to signal progress to the quarter-finals of the League Cup. The 4th year in a row that they have made it that far. Tough-looking tie against an in-form Tottenham Hotspur, but they've seen them off to reach the last 8 of the League Cup, with the draw to follow tonight. Newcastle United through, and the competition that they love so much could yet be another route back to Wembley and maybe more glory this season. 2-0, Fabian Schär in the first half, Nick Voltemada in the second. It's a deserved win, isn't it, John Anderson?
Yeah, deserved to win it. I mean, Spurs were everything that you thought they'd be. Soft-centred, couldn't live with the intensity that we played with, couldn't handle the strength that we had in midfield either. You know, it's just a comfortable win. You know, it could have been more. I thought some of the football we played was excellent. Spurs huffed and puffed, didn't do a great deal. Ramsdale's had the one save to make, which is a really, really good save. But apart from that, it was pretty straightforward, to be quite honest.
Well, they didn't need penalties. They did the job in 90 minutes. And last season, on their run to Wembley, and though they had to beat some top teams, didn't they? Liverpool, obviously, in the final, but Arsenal over 2 legs. They saw off Chelsea. Brentford, I think Brentford were above them when they met in the quarter-finals at that point. Nottingham Forest as well. Here they've beaten another one of the, what had been one of the established top teams. And you feel like when it's at St James's Park in particular, it doesn't matter who it's against, because they will always produce and they will always deliver.
Yeah, look,
so you'd want a home tie next, wouldn't you? Against anybody, probably.
Against Cardiff.
In particular.
Yeah, look, it was pretty straightforward, you know. I thought Spurs had come and they'd be Spurs, if you want to put it that way. You know, Spurs neat and tidy, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, they haven't got too many who are going to roll their sleeves up and dig it out for you, you know. I thought the way we started, great intensity, great desire, pinned Spurs back. The second goal goes in. I mean, the goalkeeper's had an absolute howler for the second goal, to be quite honest. But you know, that killed the game. You know, there was no way back from Spurs. Even at 1-0, it was very, very difficult to see Spurs getting back into it. So all in all, it was a comfortable victory. But as you say, you'd like another home tie in the quarterfinals.
And lots of changes tonight, 8 in total. He was able to leave some big players out, and well, in the case of Botman, just give them a rest, although he was on the bench. Bruno came on late, but it worked well from a squad point of view tonight, and you could go through pretty much everybody that came in and say that they had an important contribution. They played well. Ramsdale, obviously, Cher got the goal. You like Ramsey, Tonali was Tonali and just top class. Willock, I thought, had a good game. Barnes had some strong moments as well, so it's been a really positive night in terms of how the squad has been utilised too.
Yeah, good to get game time into some of these players. Kraft came in, you could see that he was rusty, but he does what Kraft does. He worked his socks off. Good for him to get game time. Alanga more game time. Like Ramsey, like the look of Ramsey. I think when he gets up to speed, as I said to you when he got substituted, I think he's going to be a big player for us. I really do. I think he's going to develop into a top player. You know, so all the players that came in all did their part tonight. They all played well.
Give us a call. BBC Radio Newcastle's number 0800 234 6565. We're with you till 10:30 tonight to discuss the game. If we can bring you any post-match reaction from Eddie Howe before then, we will, or maybe a player. You can also send us a WhatsApp message. Put BBC at the start and the WhatsApp number if you've got time to let us know what you think of how the match has gone, who you'd like in the draw before it's made. It's going to follow the match, but it might well be the best part of an hour. It usually is. WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Just start it with BBC. You can type a message on WhatsApp or send us a voice note as well, or on X at BBC Newcastle. The lineup then for the quarter-final of the League Cup: Newcastle United, the holders, winning last night, Fulham, Brentford and Cardiff of League One, and tonight going through Arsenal, Crystal Palace, who beat Liverpool at Anfield, Manchester City and Chelsea. Newcastle United will face one of those 7 teams in the quarterfinals of the League Cup in December, after winning tonight at St James's Park against Tottenham Hotspur by 2-0.
Scott Meakin, BBC Radio Newcastle.
We've had a chat about Saturday night in our house with me and Em, and you know, after
you're a sweet surrender,
right? Sweet surrender, stick it on there.
Yeah.
I want to know what goes on in Marty Pello's house after a few drinks.
I love the idea of getting people around the table and having, you know, some good food and the music's just bubbling away at the background.
Em wants to know the next time that you come round for tea, right? What do you want this time?
Teleport them something nice, we're going out.
Oh, right, okay, we're going to go out. Okay, you paying again?
You see that? No, you're buying. The amount of money you're getting paid.
Well,
Scott Meakin, weekday afternoons from 2, BBC Radio Newcastle.
And so Newcastle United make it through without too much trouble in the end. A 2-0 victory over Spurs this evening takes them through, as Matthew Raisbeck has told you, to the quarterfinals of the Carabao Cup for the 4th time in 4 seasons. If you're just joining us, Chelsea, Manchester City, Crystal Palace and Arsenal, the other winning teams tonight, joining Fulham and Brentford and Cardiff City from yesterday. I think most of the other 7 would quite fancy Cardiff at home, to be perfectly honest. We'll come back to John Anderson in just a minute or two. A little bit more detail on those League Cup games tonight. Then Arsenal 2-0 winners over Brighton, Ethan Nwaneri and Bukayo Saka in the second half. Crystal Palace 3-0 winners away at Liverpool, 2 for Ismaila Sarr in the last 5 minutes of the first half. Then Yeremy Pino with the third a couple of minutes from the end. Amara Nalo sent off, given a straight red card about 10-11 minutes after coming on as a substitute for Liverpool. Swansea won, Manchester City 3, but Swansea were leading for a good chunk of the first half. Gonzalo Franco after 12 minutes. Jeremy Doku got Manchester City level 5 minutes before the break. It wasn't until the 77th minute that Manchester City got their second through Omar Marmoush, and then Ryan Sharkey making absolutely sure. So Manchester City winning 3-1 at Swansea. A heck of a game at Molineux that eventually finished Wolves 3, Chelsea 4. Chelsea 3-0 up at half time through Andre Santos, Tyreek George and Estevao. Wolves got one back early in the second half through Arokodare. Then Müller-Wolfe got another one for them 73 minutes in. Wolves 2, Chelsea 4. Then Liam Delap was sent off, and the comeback looked as though it really was on until 3 minutes later the 10 men of Chelsea scored their fourth. Jamie Gittins with that one. There was still time for Müller-Wolfe to get a second, but Wolves 3, Chelsea 4 the final score. And of course Newcastle beating Spurs 2-0 here this afternoon. Last night Brentford 5-0 winners at League 2. Grimsby, Fulham needing penalties to beat Wycombe Wanderers of League 1, and Cardiff City winning the all-Welsh battle 2-1 away at Wrexham. Also tonight in the Scottish Premiership, it was Martin O'Neill's first game in interim charge of Celtic, and they have cut Hearts' lead at the top of the table down to 6 points already. 4-0 winners over Falkirk were Celtic tonight. 2 for Johnny Kenny and the Irishman in the first half, Nigrin and Tunekti in the second. That combined with Hearts drawing 2-2 at St Mirren. Both of those sides had a third goal disallowed by VAR. St Mirren would have gone 3-1 up. Hearts, because it was so late on, would probably have won it 3-2, but in the end they have to settle for a 2-2 draw. Rangers beat Hibs 1-0 at Easter Road. Danilo after 5 minutes. Aberdeen won 1-0 at Kilmarnock, and Motherwell beat Dundee United by 2-0. And the final result to bring you tonight, Northern Ireland's women in their Women's Nations League playoff, beaten 3-0 in Iceland, despite Sarah Robson of Durham coming out of international retirement to play in both legs of this of that playoff. Beaten 3-0 tonight in Iceland, and that is 5-0 on aggregate. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call to chat with John Anderson tonight. We are here until 10:30. If you can't call us for whatever reason, then send us a message instead. 81333 if it's a text message, 08000 321 333 if it's a WhatsApp message. Start them all with the letters BBC. I think quite a few talking points actually from that, John Anderson, but overall, to start with, 8 changes tonight, but it was a fairly cohesive performance. It didn't look like a team that was 8 players different from 4 days ago.
No, it was comfortable. The players that came in slotted in very well. Thought we started the game really sharply. I thought that intensity, that press, forced Spurs back. I think everybody that came in did their bit. I think it was an opportunity for a few of them, and they've done themselves no harm at all. They came in, played well, won 2-0. Could have been more. Could have been more. But you would have taken that before the game, and especially when you looked at the team and seen that there was 8 changes, you just wondered how it would go. But I thought some of the football we played was excellent.
Yeah. I'll come on to we'll start with the one when we talk about individuals who had to perform tonight and were some of those 8. We'll start with the one who's got a little bit of criticism, and I know both of us during the game felt the same thing, that we were getting frustrated with him, and it's Anthony Elanga. We actually had a text message at half time from John, who said not particularly happy with that first half. Our passing's been sloppy at times. Elanga's got pace to burn, why is he not using it? And that's the simple question, isn't it? There were times when he was up against Jed Spence, who we know is quick.
Tell you what, he looked a player.
He did, and we'll come on to Spurs later on as well. But that's what you want Anthony Elanga to do, is get it, knock it, and run after it.
That's the way Forest used them, because last season Forest were a counter-attacking side. I mean, he did that here to us last season. I mean, when you've got that much pace, you just get it and you knock it and you run. But against Spence, who looked exceptionally quick as well, I have to say, he didn't get any joy at all, really. I thought Spence played him really well. Got tied to him when he had to, stood off him a little bit when he had to. It hasn't really happened for Elanga as of yet. He's still finding his feet, he's still settling in, but tonight will do him good. He needs more. It's the old adage, isn't it? He needs more game time, and he needs to be playing more regular to get that confidence up as well, Colin. It's not going to happen by just playing 80 minutes tonight and then coming off and then not playing for another 3 or 4 games. So he needs a run of games. Is he going to get that the way that Jacob Murphy is playing? You would probably think not. But You know, he needs to keep working on it.
And just one more to ask you about before we go to the phones. I know that Morris, the Newcastle fan, is ready and waiting to talk to us. Willisula got the best part of half an hour if you include injury time, which is a little bit longer than he's been getting in Premier League matches, but it's still not a huge amount of time to impose himself on a game, is it? How do you think he did?
He did alright. Yeah. He ran around, he chased, a couple of little step overs and whatnot, puts defenders under pressure. Didn't really get a chance in front of goal, to be fair, but yeah, he did alright when he came on.
Yeah, but he's still not knocking on the door of starting ahead of him. He's nowhere near starting ahead of Ultimate, is he?
No,
I mean, not even close.
No, not even close.
And therefore, he's not really providing competition to him. Is that fair?
Look, you would think when Wissa's fit, Wissa will go ahead of him as well. You know, this is something we spoke about on Total Sport. He needs to be a little bit like the Alanga situation. He needs to be playing more on a regular basis. He needs to be playing more regular games. It's all right saying, oh well, he'll get game time. Yeah, but he needs to be playing that on a regular basis. As I say, he needs to be starting games. He needs to be getting half a dozen games on the spin. Is that going to happen? You would think not, because as I say, when Wissa comes back, you would think Wissa goes ahead of him as well.
Yeah. There is praise for you and Matthew Raisbeck's commentary tonight that I shall return to shortly from more than one person, it must be said. Let's bring in Morris then, who's a Newcastle fan who joins us on the line. Evening, Morris.
Evening, lads. How are we doing?
Hey, Morris.
Fairly routine, fairly straightforward, fairly happy.
Yeah, definitely a clean sheet. I wasn't that impressed with Spurs tonight. I expected a bit more. I thought, the star boys were poor. I thought Brendan Johnson was awful. But you've got to look at Newcastle, another clean sheet and a wonder save off Ramsdale went at 2-0. I thought Sandro Tonali was just his usual outstanding self, and just will take straight to quarter-finals, and I'll take Fulham at home next, please.
Oh, just on that, you would rather have Fulham at home than Cardiff, would you?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. I mean, I forgot about Cardiff. If the truth is known, but there's one good thing. Isak's not winning the cup this year again, is he?
Yes, Liverpool are out tonight, beaten very comfortably in the end by Crystal Palace. A few little points in there. Spurs, Ando, were they? You picked out individuals who I thought played quite well.
Yeah, Bergevall looked decent
in
there.
midfield, Paulinho at centre half, Spence at left back. I thought Pedro Porro looked good at right back, and yet they didn't really lay a glove on Newcastle for 70 minutes.
I said before, Spurs for me were Spursy.
Yeah.
What you expect from Spurs? Neat,
Paulinho
tidy. Yeah, but when the going
that was it.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, they've got nobody who rolls their sleeves up and is going to dig in for you. They'll need tidy players, but have they got the heart to go with it? As I say, Paulinho centre back did well. A midfield player going in there. Thought Bergevall had moments in the game. I thought Spence at left back looked a good player. He looked strong, quick. But apart from that, especially in advanced positions, they weren't really a threat. They weren't really a threat. Ramsdale's had this one save to make, which is a top save. Strong hand pushes it away, but you never really felt under any real threat from Spurs.
The thing as well tonight, Ando, is pushing Spurs aside, you've got to look at our performance. We had the strongest bench we've ever had, and the 8 changes. Apart, I know you've probably just talked about Alanga as I was walking out the ground there, but apart from him, I thought that the other lads played really, really well. Jacob Ramsey fitted in really well. He should have scored early on. And I mean, they've all their places with the squad we've got.
Yeah, I like the look of Ramsey. I think when he gets up the speed, when he becomes 100%, I think he's going to be a big player for us, Morris. I really do. I think he could have a big future. I thought Willock worked really hard as well. I thought he ran his socks off. Probably should have scored with the header that he had. But I think everybody that came in played their part. I thought everybody, the 8 changes, you thought, would it be interesting to see how this goes. But I think everybody that came in were excellent. You know,
Shaw slotted in well again as well, didn't he? And another clean sheet. I mean, you get a clean sheet, you're going to get a result of some description, aren't you? It's as simple as.
Well, yeah, I think Cher came in and probably felt he had a point to prove. You know, he scored the goal, he was solid. How he didn't get booked earlier, I do not know, but that's beside the point. I thought he was good on the ball. Yeah, you know, I mean, there was one or two of them who came in and go to West Ham at the weekend, and you know, one or two will be thinking, I've got a chance of playing at West Ham. So you know, the manager has decisions to make. It looked like that was the case for Cher. You know, who I've been a regular here for so many years. All of a sudden, I'm out of the side now. Yeah. I'm back in, and I want to stay here. So, you know, decisions for the manager to make. But look at nice decisions for the manager to make, because there was so many good performances.
Yeah, all good, and it bodes well for the future, doesn't it?
Yeah. Morris just mentioned Dan Burn there at the very end as well. Obviously, one of the three that did play on. Yeah,
33 years of age, playing game in, game out, game after game. Solely because we've got no real options at left back at this moment in time. You know, Hall may well be back at the weekend, but you would probably think the best he could hope for is to be on the bench, because he's been out such a long time. So you got to be careful with him. You know, what Dan Burns done is remarkable. You know, every 3 days he's been asked to go, and he's been asked to put his body on the line again, and he does it. And he comes out smiling, and his performance levels are exceptional. You know, so. But how long can you keep doing that at that age? That's the big question.
Thank you, Morris.
Cheers, Morris,
for speaking to us this evening. Really much appreciated. 0800 234 6565, the number for you to call. We've got about 15 minutes left of the programme tonight. Just one more bit on Dan Burn as well, because it was clearly a tactic that when the goalkeeper had the ball, or if one of the fullback, if Trippier had the ball at right back, Dan Burn at times was leading the line. He would be further forward than anyone else.
Outside left, and he was playing as centre forward.
Yeah, but in specific situations, and it was so that they could knock a long ball forwards. He's more likely to. Well, he's not more likely to win it than Voltemada, but it's two options up there, and then it works.
Yeah, he's stronger than Voltemada. Yeah. He's stronger in the air than Voltemada in the air. You know, I know people who will say, "Oh, well, Voltemada scored again," but he attacks it with a real strength. Dan Burn, he knocks people over. You know, so the trouble is when he gets up there, it's a long way back from him. And tired legs. But look at he's been brilliant.
And that's the thing, because you say, and you're absolutely right, that he's been asked to play week after week, game after game, played another 90 minutes tonight. But the quality of his play as well is high. The performance levels are high, because almost every team that we see play Newcastle, we think, and we say it beforehand, we said it with Traore, we've said it with various other players. Brennan Johnson tonight, Morris is right, he didn't have a good game.
He was shocking.
But there were times they clearly target Dan Burn. They go, get the ball in behind and get someone to run. He wasn't in trouble tonight at all. He played very well. That's the point I'm making.
In order to ask him questions, you've got to have somebody who's prepared to run in behind him. And Johnson wasn't prepared to do that.
Yeah,
Johnson didn't fancy it against them all night. You know, he was. No.
Yeah. Let's have a chat to Andrew, who joins us on Total Sport. Evening, Andrew.
Hi, Colin. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Andrew.
What were you happiest with?
Well, first of all, when Razor gets back, ask him what he was worried about. Because
yes, he was worried before the game.
He was, and you know, I was expecting a really tough game as well, and especially with us having 8 changes, but Tottenham were just so powder puff, just weak, just tippy tappy, and that nobody in the midfield like a Tonali or a Bruno who like can dictate a game and put their foot on it and get it forward. But I thought the players that came in were absolutely brilliant. I thought it was a good reminder from Joe Willock as well, because he's not had much football, and he's had criticism from fans, but it was a nice reminder of the quality that he has and the energy he possesses. I thought Emil Kraft hasn't had a sniff of a football for ages, and he came in and slotted in and was excellent, sharp, faultless. it was just an incredibly comfortable performance.
Yeah, I thought it was a typical Spurs performance. What I call a Spursy performance. One or two neat and tidy, but not too many of them were prepared to roll their sleeves up and dig in and put their bodies on the line. And you're right about the players that came in. You know, I think they all proved the point to the manager, you know, that he can rely on them, that he can put them in, that he's not going to let them down. And a big night for Joe Willock as well, who, when he's been given opportunities, his performance levels haven't been of the standard that we've seen from him in the past. But I thought tonight he worked his socks off. I thought his running was great. Probably should have scored, you know, but Kraft as well, as you rightly say, somebody who hasn't kicked the ball in anger for I don't know how long, you know, but he comes in and he does a job, he just gets on with it. And Ramsey, you know, I like the look of Ramsey. I just think he's going to be when he gets up to speed, I just think he's going to be a big player for us. I really do. You know, all bodes well for the future, because all of a sudden now you look at the squad that we've got. There's a depth to the squad, but the quality of that depth is there as well, you know. So he can make changes, he can bring people in, and he doesn't have to worry about them, you know. He doesn't have to worry thinking, can these go and do a job for me? Can he do this? Can he do that? Because they've all proven that they're capable of going in and doing a job.
Just to round it off, Andrew, who do you want in the quarterfinals?
Cardiff at home, please. Thank you.
I thought that might be the answer. Andrew, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. I'm sure you enjoyed the game. If you also enjoyed the game, give us a call. Still might just have time to squeeze you in. If not, send us a message. But the number to call us is 0800 234 6565. I'll come back to some of your text messages and WhatsApp messages in just a moment as well. I don't think we're going to be able to hear from Eddie Howe before the end of the programme tonight, but we can hear from the Newcastle United defender Fabian Schär, who's been speaking to Matthew Racebeck.
Thanks, Fabian. How pleased are you with the way that you performed tonight on your way to getting into the quarterfinals?
Yeah, very happy. I think we know how big the competition is for us. We've done so well the last few years, and we know how the feeling is to win it. So I think you could see on the pitch how much it meant to the whole team, to the fans, to the whole club. So I think yeah, we've done a great job today. Wasn't easy, but into the next round, yeah.
On that point about the importance of this cup competition, it's no less important to you this season, is it, even though you're back in the Champions League?
No, of course not. I mean, every competition is different, but like I said, I think everything is there to win for any team. So if you have a chance to win any competition, you try to win every game basically. I think we said before the start of the season, like every game matters, and in this kind of competition goes so quickly. You have to be there. You can't miss basically a game, and I think not just today. I think over the last few years we've been pretty good in that kind of things. So I'm really proud of the team.
Talk to us, please, about your goal, the header from a lovely corner kick in from Sandro Tonali.
Yeah, I mean, great ball from Sandy. I think we actually have been quite dangerous the whole season so far, just maybe not scoring as much as like chances we created. So I feel quite, as a team, we are quite we were quite close to scoring goals, and obviously today was good to get a goal from a set piece, and I think it's always important to get a first goal in this kind of game. So yeah.
Fabian Schär there speaking to Matthew Racebeck. You kind of touched on it earlier, Rando, but he came in for Sven Botman tonight. Botman was on the bench, so any fears about concussion from his head knock at the weekend are unfounded, and he would have been fit to play clearly if he was on the bench tonight. Fabian Schär just slotted in. Him and Chow looked as comfortable together as Botman and Chow have, haven't they?
Yeah, but the one thing he's got bags of experience.
Yes.
You know, he's been around the game a long time, but it looked like he wanted to prove a point. You know, he's at the age now where he doesn't want to be sitting on the bench, he wants to be playing. And he obviously got injured, had a concussion, and
didn't have a concussion. That's the point. But had a head cut.
No, I'm on about Cher.
Sorry, Cher. Yeah, sorry.
That's the reason he was out of the side.
Yes.
Chow came in, and him and Botman built up a relationship that has been first class. You know, the same way that Dan Bourne and Cher have been built up a relationship over the years, and they were great together. But it was as if I'm back, I want to stay in, and I want the manager to have something to think about for West Ham at the weekend, and that's exactly what he's done. You know, so look at it, Eddie Howe will be absolutely delighted with the performance of him. He'll be delighted with the performance of everybody, to be quite honest. But he's he's an experienced player. Great header, Tonali's ball in. You have to give him a mention again. He was absolutely he's a beast. He really is. But it was, look, so many pleasing points about it. Good energy. Some of the football, as I said, we played was absolutely outstanding. I'm sure the manager will be absolutely delighted.
We're in a privileged position at the moment. We're inside St James's Park. Obviously, all the fans have had to leave, so it is worth describing what is going on the pitch at the moment, because there are 8 Newcastle players and 4 or 5 of the coaching staff sort of doing a very elaborate drill / mini game. There are 2 goals set up across either side, one of the half of
it looks like it's a ball drill, but it's actually a running drill when you watch it.
Yes, they're passing the ball, but there's plenty of off the ball running going on as well. And it's, given that it's 10:25, getting off at 10:30 at night, some of these players played. It's not those that played the majority of the game. So you've got the likes of Asula and to be fair, Trippier's joining in this, and he played an hour or so. Bruno's involved, Gordon's involved, Lewis Miley, and others.
It's all the subs.
I mean, Trippier started, didn't he? But yes, apart from that, Jacob Murphy's there as well. Joe Linton's there too. This is relatively intense as post-match warm downs, if that's what you want to call it. Isn't it?
It's not. As I say, it's not a warm down. It's a running session, but the ball is there, and it's an awful lot easier to run when you've got a ball. Than it is just to do straight, and it's not straight line runs. They've got a couple of imaginary people pinned down in the middle of the park.
The metal things that you hit the free kicks round. They're not. I know
and
what you mean.
It's all about running around them, and so
and there's 2 full-size goals set up as well, which presumably will be used.
But the thing is that they haven't been able to get a great deal of training in, Colin. That's the problem, because they've had 3 games a week, and Eddie Howe makes a point of how intensely they train, and they haven't been able to do that because the games have been coming thick and fast. So these boys have got to do it now. And they are. Newcastle United will be in the quarter-final draw that will take place probably in about 10-15 minutes time, although the TV crew that I thought were going to be the ITV team that were over in the corner over there, who I assumed were going to be conducting the draw, have all packed up and gone home. So they're obviously doing it somewhere else.
They are obviously doing it somewhere else, indoors maybe. But Newcastle will be in that draw alongside Arsenal, Crystal Palace, Manchester City and Chelsea, who all won tonight, and the teams that won last night as well, Brentford, Fulham and Cardiff, of course, who a couple of people have already mentioned that they would like to have here in the quarter-finals. The dates for the quarter-finals: it is the week beginning the 15th of December. The 15th of December is a Monday. It's unlikely to be the Monday, but it could be across the Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, the 16th, 17th,
Friday,
18th. It's going to be, regardless, it's going to be the game after the derby. That's what it will be for Newcastle United.
So look at it. It's more intensity because the week before the derby, we've got a Champions League game, and then the week afterwards you're going to have a League Cup quarter-final. So there's no rest. There's it's all hands to the pump. You've got to keep going, but that's what you've got to do if you want to be successful.
I think it is worth pointing out. I mean, we've touched on it before with Newcastle. We've only got a couple of minutes left on the show tonight. Obviously, West Ham away on Sunday, then Bilbao here on the Wednesday night, then at Brentford on the Sunday, and then there is that international break, and these sort of 7 games in 22 days or whatever it is come to an end. But then after the international
it starts
break,
again.
It does start again, because it's Manchester City here on a Saturday evening, it's Marseille away on a Tuesday, you're at Everton on a Saturday evening. You're into December. You've got Spurs here on a Tuesday night, Burnley here on a Saturday, away in Leverkusen on the Wednesday, the derby at the Stadium of Light on the Sunday, then a cup quarter final in that midweek somewhere, then Chelsea at home, then Manchester United away. So it is absolutely,
as I said, there's no rest.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, you've got to keep going. And that's why you're going to need this squad. And that's why I think that tonight Eddie Howe will be delighted with the performance of the players that have come in, especially those who haven't had much game time. Those players who, your Crafts, who haven't seen much of the ball, who haven't really been involved a great deal. You need to get Ramsey up to speed. That will stand him in good stead. As I said, I just think when he gets up to speed with the way they want to play and everything about him, he looks a good player, and I think he could have a huge future here. So much positives to take, not just the result tonight, but the overall performance and the overall individual performances as well. I just think Eddie Howe will be absolutely delighted.
Couple more messages to finish. One that I said I would read because it's full of praise for you and Razor. Baz in Washington said, I've texted once before, but I've done it again tonight to say exactly the same thing. The Newcastle game was on free-to-air TV tonight, but I turned the TV off to listen to you. It's so exciting imagining what is happening with the commentary from you, Ando, and from Razor. Proper night in my kitchen, says Baz in Washington. P.S. The best parties are always in the kitchen.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish I'd have been in the kitchen.
Might have been a bit warmer in the kitchen. We turned the oven on. And one more that I did want to read as well, just to kind of round out the optimism of tonight. Thoroughly enjoyable game tonight, says Lee in Killingworth. Great use of the squad, all worked brilliantly. Dan Byrne must have had his Weetabix as well. He had a great game all over the place in a good way. Ramsdale outstanding when called upon as well. A much deserved win, and it wouldn't be a Newcastle United match without a routine Joe Linton challenge.
Yeah, it's maybe just as well VAR wasn't involved.
I think that may be a valid point. He could have had 2 yellow cards, one for the challenge, one for the reaction as well, but that it didn't happen, and it was a successful night in the end for Newcastle United. They are through to a 4th League Cup quarter final in 4 seasons. Total Sport back tomorrow.
Tonali delivers the corner header from Fabian Schär. Back in the team tonight from the start, and Fabian Schär connects with a Sandro Tonali corner at the Leazer's end, down into the ground and into the back of the net. 24th minute, Newcastle United 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. It's come back to Chow in the penalty area. Willock dinked cross, Voltemada! Nick Voltemada gets there before Antonin Kinski. Willock's dinked cross, Voltemada. He's big and he just stayed big, and the keeper couldn't get near it. He was nowhere, and Nick Voltemada heads in. Another goal in black and white, and it's Newcastle United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0 on 50 minutes.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.